address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal election polls. PM likely to highlight the need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity for state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian ground for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index has now worsened to severe category as recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5th till pollution situation improves. And officials advise people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary. Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivakumar summoned by the Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November 7th. 10th India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held, in fact, wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues, including trade, economic, defense and maritime, and many others are discussed. Viewers, some big breaking coming in right now. A Chinese spy vessel in Indian Ocean, Yuan Wang, has now entered Indian Ocean south of Andaman Islands ahead of India's missile test in the Bay of Bengal. A repeat of the Humban Tota episode when Yuan Wang, the previous Yuan Wang, the fifth, had docked at Sri Lanka port ahead of similar missile test by India. So this is what we are breaking right now. What we can tell you so far. A Chinese spy vessel is in the Indian Ocean territory. Indian Ocean territory. That's what we're learning so far. Now, this vessel is called Yuan Wang. Yuan Wang the Sixth entered the Indian Ocean south of Andaman Islands ahead of India's missile test in Bay of Bengal. Now, this is a repeat. I repeat, this is a repeat of the Humban Tota episode when the previous Chinese vessel called Yuan Wang the Fifth had docked at the Sri Lanka port ahead of similar missile test by India. So this is what we are breaking for you right now, viewers, where we're getting this news of a Chinese vessel which is right now in Indian Ocean territory. And what we can tell you so far is that this vessel is in the territory of the Indian Ocean. Now, India has been tracking this China spy ship for a while now. India has been tracking this China spy ship a while now because this is a very important missile launch which will be taking place, like we told you, in the Bay of Bengal. Now, what we know so far is that the Indian Navy has been actively tracking this spy ship for several days now. For several days. The spy ships are being deployed in these waters by the Chinese army. They are the same class and are designed to monitor missile tests and the movement of satellites. So right now, as we are getting with this breaking update, we can tell you is that this is an incident which comes less than 3 months after a similar ship had docked in the Sri Lankan port of Humban Tota. Remember, Humban Tota is a very, very important port of Sri Lanka. So this is a very, very similar incident, to what had happened earlier in Humban Tota. Now, the Yuan Wang the Sixth has already crossed into the Indian Ocean territory. And what we can tell you so far is that this ship has crossed it just ahead of India's missile test in the Bay of Bengal. These are breaking developments which are coming in. As we get more details on the story, we are giving you all the details as they're trickling in at this point of time. Soon I'll be joined by my correspondents and reporters of Republic TV who are going to get you more details about these Chinese spy vessel which has been spotted in the Indian Ocean. So right now, as at this point of time, India has, of course, kept its eye on these Chinese spy vessels, and they have tracked these kind of vessels very, very closely. In fact, this vessel, which I said the name of just a short while back, Yuan Wang the Sixth, has been tracked by the Indian Navy for the past couple of days. But we can tell you right now, viewers, a Chinese spy vessel has now crossed into the Indian Ocean. At the same time, India is tracking the Chinese spy vessel very, very closely. This is the breaking development we're getting for you right now. Of course, China has attempted many times to spy on India, and India has raised these concerns again and again. India has said that this is an issue not just of deployment of ships of the class of Yuan Wang in the Indian Ocean, but also on the Hambantota port, which has been leased to the China Merchant Port Holdings for 99 years after Sri Lanka was unable to repay loans taken for its development. And of course, after it has been leased to China, lot of fears that that port, Hambantota port, is being used for military purposes by China. All right, let's go ahead to Major General G.D. Bakshi. G.D. Bakshi on the phone line. Thank you so much for joining us right now. This is a ship, a spy vessel, which has been tracked by India for several days. Yet China continues to provoke, and this ship has now entered the Indian Ocean territory. How would you like to react to that, Major General?
Look, even last time, a Chinese spy ship, very sophisticated spy ship with a lot of snooping there, had reached Hambantota at a time when we were carrying out missile tests. And we had protested strongly. There was a lot of tamasha. The ship was denied permission to dock. Then China put pressure and forced Sri Lanka to accept the ship. This is the second time a spy ship is floating around in our seas when we are carrying out major missile tests from the Balasore range in Odisha. So quite obviously they are trying to snoop and trying to gather telemetry data of our missile launches. And that could be not good for us, because then they can think of ways of jamming, snooping the guidance systems and all that. So we will have to be very careful. We may even have to suspend the testing for a while till this ship is hanging around. And we must monitor this ship closely as to what it is doing, and try and edge it, make sure it is not near our territorial waters or the not able to or not allowed to snoop on our missile launches.
Major General G.D. Bakshi, you know, the question right now I want to ask you, and if you could tell our viewers as well, is China scared of India's missile test? India frequently is testing these ballistic missiles off Wheeler Island. And why is China sending a spy ship to Indian territory right now?
Because we have the range now to, in case China acts up, we can blast Beijing off the map of this earth. So quite obviously China is concerned. Our Agni series of missiles, Agni 5, now can cover the whole of China. And we are going in for an ICBM also now, which will cover every part of China. So nothing will escape. And therefore China is quite rightly concerned and worried. Our nuclear submarine also carried out, Arihant also carried out missile firing tests with the K4 missile, which is relatively a short-range missile. But we have the K5 coming, which has got about 3,000 plus kilometer range, and that means from the launch area in the northern Bay of Bengal quadrant, from there we can strike any Chinese city in retaliation for whatever they want to do to our cities or threaten to do. So China knows that India is in a position to call its nuclear bluff, and India now has the wherewithal and the means to do so. So far, China was acting very high and mighty and saying that there is no comparison between India and China. There is. And though they say they are not concerned, when I had gone to China, I just picked up a newspaper, Chinese language newspaper, from one of the stalls in a wayside petrol station, plaza. And there I found on the cover, front page cover, Agni missile, our aircraft carrier, our light combat aircraft. So they are very closely following India's growing military capability, and they quite obviously will concern China. For all the nonchalance that they try and show, they are worried, they are concerned about India's growing military and space capabilities.
All right, thank you so much for joining us, Major General G.D. Bakshi. Now, this is the developing story. I'm also being joined by Group Captain Augustine Vinod. Thank you for joining us. Now we are seeing a Chinese spy vessel in the Indian Ocean. This is Yuan Wang, the 6th, south of the Andaman Islands. What do you think China is trying to do?
I mean, good you got me on the phono. Recently, we may have seen the news of we firing ballistic missile defense missile, and it was God's grace. I was part of this team when I was in the Air Force, and in fact, when we were part of the founding members of this team. This vessel is just across Abdul Kalam Island, erstwhile called Wheeler Island, from where we normally test our missiles, fire our Agni missiles, etc. And they picked up this information through our own, advisory that we put out, so that, and we show the corridor in which we are going to fire this missile. So based on our adversary, they have come in. And they want to, sort of eavesdrop as to what kind of data link that they're using to control. And also, it's an open source information that we are also going to fire the submarine-launched ballistic missiles. It is what the open source info says. So both these are very critical technology. Very few countries in the world have this technology. Ballistic missile defense technology is not there in Southeast Asia other than probably China with anyone else. So it is China, India, USA, and maybe UK and Russia. So this particular HAVS club is a very small club, even smaller than nuclear club. So, and the technology involved in defending an incoming ballistic missile is not easy to come by.
All right.
Probably we are the top notch in that, and they want to know how we are doing it. Probably they want to learn from us, is my reading. Over to you, man.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you, Group Captain Augustine Vinod, for joining us, a strategic affairs expert. And this is the story we're tracking right now, where a Chinese spy vessel has reached the Indian Ocean territory. It's in the Indian Ocean right now. Yuan Wang the 6th. It's called Yuan Wang the 6th. And viewers, as we continue to be live and Breaking Republic TV right now, JP Neta is in Himachal Pradesh. Stay tuned.
And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leader's murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal elections. Prime Minister likely to highlight need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity of the state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated to a severe category as the recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5 till pollution situation improves, and official advised people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated to a severe category as the recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5 till pollution situation improves, and official advise people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary. Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivkumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. 10th India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed. And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leaders' murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a Bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation.
क्या कहना चाहेंगे सर, जिस तरह से पराली को लेकर बात
आज पराली की आज देखो जे कितना बदल।
सर देखिए कितना बड़ा मुद्दा है जो दिल्ली तक गया है।
मेरी बात सुनो, जब मैं पराली पे पीसी करूंगा तो फिर आ जाऊंगा ना। छोड़ नहीं जब मैं ना ऐसा नहीं मैं नहीं
इतना बड़ा इशू
नहीं
2 मिनट तो दीजिए सर पराली का इतना बड़ा
सर मैंने आपको बोल दिया मैं पीसी करूंगा, आपने आज ना उधर।
Top stories at 12 p.m. The national capital continues to choke in toxic pollution. Residents bear the brunt as thick layer of smoke engulfs Delhi. Delhi chokes, stubble burns, blame game continues, but zero political accountability. Massive anger over Shiv Sena leader murder. Hindu organization calls for a bandh in Amritsar. Pakistan ISI link emerges in Sena Neta's killing. Pro-Khalistan ISI agent confirms a larger plot at play. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to visit Himachal today to campaign for BJP candidates for the upcoming assembly polls. Thank you for tuning in to Republic TV viewers. I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live in breaking and straight away getting you one of the biggest stories that we're tracking for you today with respect to the air quality index of the national capital that is deteriorating by the minute, and the politics around it that we are seeing that is being carried out by both the BJP stating that the Delhi government needs to have taken some preventive measures, and they have also in fact leveled gruesome allegations against the Aam Aadmi Party government, claiming that they have spent several crores of rupees into advertisement, and we see that the Delhi Chief Minister is nowhere to be found in the national capital. In fact, he is campaigning in Gujarat, is something that has been stated by the BJP leaders in that press conference that we just listened into a couple of minutes ago. And post which we also see that yesterday Arvind Kejriwal along with Bhagwant Mann had carried out a press conference stating that this is not just the onus on the Delhi government but on the union government as well to give some kind of measures that can be taken, some kind of changes that they need to also lead, because this is not a Delhi-centric problem, but this is a problem that several of the northern states of the country also face. And we are seeing that the air quality index that is in fact deteriorating by the minute. Viewers, we're picking up various political reactions on the same. Let's listen into what Nitish Kumar also had to say on this.
अलर्ट किए रहते हैं और आप सबको मालूम है कि कितना बार हम 18 से ही कितना लोगों को समझाए हैं, 18 से ही कितना समझाए हैं कि जलाइए मत। तो ये सब हम आज से कह रहे हैं लोगों को और पूरे तौर पर सब लोगों को हम कहने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। इस बार भी हमने कह दिया कि पूरे तौर पर देख लीजिए। और जो दिल्ली का होता है वो तो बगल में जो होता है उसी के चलते असर ही पड़ता है। तो यही सबको समझना चाहिए, इसमें कोई शक नहीं। 18-19 से ही लगातार कर रहे हैं।
And there you have it, viewers. Several political reactions that we are picking up with respect to the AQI deteriorating by the minute. And of course, the kind of allegations that are being leveled by the BJP over the Aam Aadmi Party government, claiming that the Delhi Chief Minister is nowhere to be found in the national capital during the time that the civilians of the entire area are bearing the brunt for this kind of an AQI deteriorating. And we are also seeing yesterday the kind of war of words that had broken out between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, claiming that this is because of the stubble burning that has led to this kind of a situation. Viewers, our correspondents are on the ground keeping us ahead on this story. Let me bring in Piyush Ori on this conversation in this broadcast. Piyush, tell us more about the kind of reactions as well that you're picking up with respect to the AQI deteriorating. And first, tell our viewers, where does the AQI stand as of now? It was in the severe category, and we are seeing that the BJP once again leveling allegations that the Delhi government is nowhere to be seen and they're not really taking any kind of corrective measures.
So first thing, Priyanka, yes, there has been a slight improvement in AQI levels in Delhi because of the movement of wind. As compared to yesterday, there has been a slight improvement. The AQI as of now stands at around 415 micrograms per cubic meter, which is still at hazardous levels. But as compared to yesterday, there has been a slight improvement. Having said that, because the AQI levels is bad, it is deteriorating with every passing day, there has been also a sharp political reaction which we have seen. Taking the lead has been BJP, who have criticized Aam Aadmi Party over its ineffectiveness in handling the entire situation. Mind you, as of now, the major reason considered to be the reason for this deterioration of air quality has been stubble burning that has been reporting from Punjab. In fact, as compared to previous years, there has been an increase in stubble fires, which only makes you realize that how bad and how ineffective the entire situation has been, and how the Punjab government has not been able to prevent the situation of stubble fires, which has resulted in increase of air pollution. So yes, the BJP leaders have criticized Aam Aadmi Party. They have said that because of corruption, because of lethargy, because of procrastination, the Aam Aadmi Party government, which is both there in Delhi and Punjab, have been unable to handle the entire situation. On its side of defense, the Aam Aadmi Party says that they do not want to politicize the entire matter and they want to sit with the centre to find a solution. In fact, one of the most important things which was being brought out by the Aam Aadmi Party yesterday was that in order to prevent the situation, they would want the crop diversification to be there in Punjab. But this is a long drawn process and it is going to take time. Meanwhile, till this time rolls out, there is going to be stubble burning, and this is going to result in the situation of air quality in not only Delhi but even the other areas of the NCR being very bad. Yes, back to you in the studio.
Well, all right, Piyush Ori there breaking down the details of this entire matter. Of course, viewers, one of the most important stories that we're tracking for you this day. In fact, we are also seeing the reactions of the political fraternity coming to light, claiming that this is the Delhi government at fault, who has not taken any kind of preventive measures in the entire city as well. But apart from that, we also see that the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, along with the Punjab Chief Minister, yesterday had leveled those allegations against the central government and had appealed to the central government to also take some kind of measures, because this is not a Delhi-centric problem. It's something that the Delhi Chief Minister yesterday had stated. But today we also see that the BJP carrying out that presser and stating that the Delhi Chief Minister is nowhere to be found. He is out campaigning in Gujarat, and that there were several crores of rupees that had been used for advertisement rather than for the preventive measures that could have been taken in the national capital as well. Viewers, we're picking up several political reactions on the same. Let's listen in to what Tejinder Bagga also had to say on this issue.
ये जो बयान है, ये जो मैंने उनकी तुलना हिटलर से की है, ये इसलिए की है कि दुनिया के अंदर दूसरा उदाहरण मिलता है जहां किसी नेता ने अपने ही स्टेट को, अपने ही राज्य को गैस चैम्बर के अंदर कन्वर्ट कर दिया। और ये मेरा बयान नहीं है, ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है कि दिल्ली गैस चैम्बर में कन्वर्ट हो चुकी है। आज अगर इसका श्रेय अगर किसी को जाता है तो दिल्ली के मालिक अरविंद केजरीवाल को जाता है, जो अपने आप को दिल्ली का मालिक कहते हैं। लेकिन अगर आप पिछले 20 दिन से देखोगे, अरविंद केजरीवाल दिल्ली में नजर नहीं आ रहे, वो गुजरात में घूम रहे हैं, वो हिमाचल में घूम रहे हैं। दिल्ली की जनता ये पॉल्यूशन के कारण, प्रदूषण के कारण मर रही है, लेकिन वो पॉलिटिकल टूरिज्म के ऊपर है। इसलिए मैंने उनकी तुलना जो की है हिटलर के साथ किया है, क्योंकि इस दुनिया के अंदर सिर्फ एक ही उदाहरण मिलता है जब किसी व्यक्ति ने गैस चैम्बर बना के अपने लोगों को मारने का काम किया था। उसके बाद अरविंद केजरीवाल दूसरे व्यक्ति हैं जिन्होंने दिल्ली को गैस चैम्बर बना दिया है।
देखिए, पॉल्यूशन को ख़त्म करने के लिए या मिनिमाइज करने के लिए एफर्ट तब होना चाहिए जब से पॉल्यूशन के बढ़ने के खतरे बढ़ते हैं। दिल्ली की आम आदमी पार्टी सरकार के जो मंत्री, कल मैं देख रहा था बयान कि दिल्ली सरकार के, आम आदमी पार्टी के सरकार के मंत्री ने किया अधिकारियों के साथ मीटिंग, क्योंकि AQI चला गया 500 के ऊपर। अब मुझे हंसी आ रही है कि जिस दिन 500 के ऊपर चला गया, आप कौन सी मीटिंग करके कौन सा रास्ता निकालेंगे। ये इस तरह से सिर्फ चेहरा छुपाने की कोशिश, लोगों को, मीडिया को ये दिखाने की कोशिश कि देखो देखो हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं, ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ छलावा है। आज दिल्ली के लोगों की सांसें घुटन की स्थिति में है और दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री जी दिल्ली में नहीं हैं, वो चुनावी दौरे कर रहे हैं। एक प्रकार की आपदा है ये स्थिति। सारे चैनल्स खोलिए, अखबार खोलिए, लोग जाइए, गली में जाइए, सब बच्चे हैं, सभी परेशान हैं। और दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री जी बिल्कुल एक छोटा सा प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके और ये भी कह दिया कि मैं जिम्मेदार हूँ, मेरी जिम्मेदारी है, और उसके बाद निकल गए एक बार फिर से तारीख दे करके। तो इस समय दिल्ली में, दिल्ली के लोग बहुत ही तकलीफ़ में हैं और वो पछता रहे हैं कि हमने कैसे अरविंद केजरीवाल जैसे का चुनाव कर लिया व्यक्ति का, जो दिल्ली के स्वास्थ्य को लेकर, दिल्ली के प्रदूषण को लेकर के जरा सा भी गंभीरता नहीं हुई।
And while there have been several political reactions that we are picking up on this story, viewers, we do see that at the end of the day, the issues that are being faced by the civilians as well is something that needs to be addressed. And for that, let me also bring in my colleague Piyush Suri, who's on the ground reporting on this story. Piyush, tell us more about the kind of reactions that you're picking up from the civilians there, because at the end of the day, they're bearing the brunt of this kind of lackluster attitude as well that we are seeing from the government for not taking any kind of preventive measures before the time that we do see during Diwali that this AQI also deteriorates. So tell us more about the kind of measures that have now been taken by the government, and what are some of the civilians also telling you on this?
So you raised a very important point over here, Priyanka, and again, as I want to mention, that we are all in it together over here in Delhi NCR. Not only the poor, but even the rich, not only the healthy, but even the poor and people who are unhealthy, both every one of us are getting affected. So what I will do is I will just make you have a word with some of the people over here in Gurgaon and what they actually feel about the air quality in the city. आप मुझे बताइए कि आपको लगता है कि ये हवा सांस लेने लायक है?
सर नहीं लगता मुझे, और ये इसलिए नहीं लगता कि अभी हम रात को सो रहे, सुबह उठते तो जो हम थूकते गला साफ करते तो ब्लैक आता है और खास के गला छिल चुका है। इतनी गंदी पॉल्यूशन हो रखी है और ऊपर से मैं तो नज़ले का पेशेंट हूँ। अभी भी आप देख रहे हो मेरी आवाज़ कैसी आ रही है, गला भारी हो रखा है, तो ये पॉल्यूशन की वजह है।
एक चीज़ मेरे को बताइए, इसका हल क्या है, इसका सोल्यूशन क्या है? हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि मतलब पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज एक तरह को ब्लेम कर रही है, वो बोल रहा है कि आपकी गलती है, दूसरा बोलता है कि आप ही गलती है। इसके वजह से हम आम आदमी और सारे जो आम आदमी क्या अमीर आदमी भी पिस रहा है। तो इसका क्या हल क्या है, इसका सोल्यूशन क्या है, मुझे बताइए।
सर इसमें गरीब भी पिसेगा, अमीर भी पिसेगा, और अमीरों की फैक्ट्री होती है जहाँ से धुआं निकल रहा है। अब ये खेतों में आप जाके देख लो, पराली कितनी फुकरी है, पॉल्यूशन तो होगा ही होगा। ये जो पार्टी है आपस में तो लड़ती रहेंगी, कोई भी ये नहीं सोचता कि जाके खेतों में कुछ ऐसा करे कि भाई जो ये पराली जलानी ना पड़े और ये पॉल्यूशन ना हो। तो पॉल्यूशन तो होगा ही, इसमें कोई बड़ा है छोटा है, तो सभी के लिए है, जानवरों के लिए भी वही एयर है।
So as you mentioned over here that yes, every one of us are getting affected. In fact, what I will do is I will try to get you some more reactions over here and try to understand about what people over here in Gurgaon actually feel about the air quality in the city. एक चीज़ मेरे को बताइए, आपको लगता है कि एयर सिचुएशन यहाँ पे ठीक है गुड़गांव की?
ओवरऑल अगर बात करें तो conditions are very pathetic and definitely we have to think about on this, and because
you what can we think about this, sir? What is the solution which you feel as a citizen we can do to improve the
responsibility to reduce that to work on that environmental quality of the air quality and all this. So see, so first of all we it is very important for us कि for environmental को कैसे purify किया जाए,
कैसे purify किया जाए,
like कम से कम in if talking about the current scenario, हमें जैसे अपना व्हीकल्स है, व्हीकल पे इसका हम कम कर सकते हैं। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट अभी दीपावली किया है, लोग कहते हैं कि पंजाब से ये आ रहा है, पंजाब से वो आ रहा है, या हरियाणा से आ रहा है। सी दैट इज नॉट अ ट्रू इवन आल्सो।
Thank you so much. So as you can see over here that citizens over here are concerned. Citizens over here do realize that this air is unhealthy for them and they have voiced their concerns. As I said again, Priyanka, not only defense personnel but we civilians also are getting directly impacted by it.
All right, Piyush, I want to thank you for getting us that conversation and of course the updates from the ground as well, as far as the kind of issues that the civilians have also been facing because of the deteriorating AQI. And of course this is one of the most important stories that we'll be tracking. We'll keep coming back to you for the moment. Thank you. And cutting across now to a breaking update that we're getting from Gujarat now, viewers, where Himanshu Vyas, in fact, who has been a tall leader of the Congress party in Gujarat overall as well, has resigned from the Congress party, and we are being told that he is likely to join the BJP as well. We had seen that over the past few months that he had been unhappy with the Congress party, and the kind of lack of leadership is something that he had also cited, but we have also learned that he had been hoping to get a ticket this time to be on the candidate as a candidate of the Congress party, but we saw yesterday when the list of the candidates had also been declared, his name had been left out, but we see today itself that Himanshu Vyas has tendered his resignation from the Congress party and is likely to join the BJP today itself is what we are learning, and he will be also attending various meetings with the tall leaders of the BJP here in the state, since already we are seeing that the parliamentary board meeting has been going on since the past 3 days. Today is the third day, in fact, where that meeting is being chaired by Amritsar, by C.R. Patil, by the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, along with several other leaders of the state leadership of the BJP. And amid that, we see that Himanshu Vyas, in fact, has tendered his resignation. Remember, he is a tall leader of the Congress party. He is somebody who is known to be a close associate of Sam Pitroda, along with Bharat Singh Solanki on the state leadership level, if we talk about. And we see that Himanshu Vyas himself has tendered his resignation. In that letter that he has put out, he has not cited any reason, but we do learn from our sources as to the kind of behavior that he had been facing from the Congress party, as has been cited by him. And he had, in fact, since the last election, had stated that in the next elections as well, he will be fighting in the constituency. He will be fighting from the Surendranagar constituency as well. But as of now, we see that the Congress party did not give him the ticket. And now we see that it is a big setback to the Congress party just ahead of elections, that we are seeing that Himanshu Vyas has tendered his resignation. And he will be joining the BJP, is what our sources are also telling us. He will be in the presence of Amit Shah, in the presence of C.R. Patil, in the presence of the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel as well. He might be joining the BJP today itself, is what our sources are also confirming to us. But a big setback to the Congress party in just less than a month to go for elections, that we see that he has tendered his resignation. Himanshu Vyas, in fact, had been one of the leaders who would also help in the poll strategy discussions and also in the campaigning for various candidates in the elections as well. And that is something that he had been a key player for the Congress party in the state of Gujarat. And he was also a close associate of Bharat Singh Solanki, who is the former Gujarat Pradesh Congress Committee president, and he is the son of Madhav Singh Solanki, the late Madhav Singh Solanki, who had been the Chief Minister of the state. And now we see Bharat Singh Solanki himself had been also projecting him as the chief ministerial face for the Congress party. And now we see that his close aide, Himanshu Vyas, has tendered his resignation, and he has not cited a reason. But we do see from our sources confirming to us that he had been an aspirational leader. He wanted a ticket this time to fight in the elections as well. He claims that there was no leadership that was there in the Congress party, and that nobody to take any proper decision in the party as well. The kind of statements that we usually see the top leaders of the Congress party echoing when they tender their resignation, and that has been said by Himanshu Vyas as well on various occasions. And now we see that he has finally tendered his resignation, and he will be proceeding towards the BJP headquarters, is what we are learning, so that he will be joining the BJP today itself, is what our sources are confirming to us. And of course, we see once again that various Congress leaders, when they exit the party, say the same exact thing about how there is a lack of leadership in the party. And once again, we see the similar situation unraveling in the case of Himanshu Vyas, who has been a tall leader of the Congress party. He has been somebody who is a key player in the state elections. Even during the 2017 elections, he had been a chief strategist for the party, and he had been the one who was also coordinating the campaigning for various candidates. So in just less than a month to go for the elections, a big blow to the Congress party. And Aishwarya Kapoor is also joining me on the broadcast. Aishwarya, just less than a month to go for the elections to take place in Gujarat, and ahead of that, a big blow to the Congress party, isn't it? Since Himanshu Vyas has tendered his resignation and he will be joining the BJP, is what our sources are confirming to us.
Well, that's right, but the irony is that the Congress leadership does not even care. Whether it was Jitin Prasad, whether it was Jyotiraditya Scindia, and now Mr. Vyas, the Congress party feels that it does not impact. That's the problem with the leadership of the Indian National Congress at this point, that they don't care what is happening to their cadre, what are the very issues because of which the leaders who have been for ages in the Congress party are now leaving. He is a man who has been said to be very close to Sam Petroda, the man who was the right-hand man of the former Prime Minister of India, Rajiv Gandhi, who also happens to be the father of Rahul Gandhi. So that's the problem, that when people who have been this close to the Gandhi family, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Jitin Prasad, and now Mr. Vyas, they are being literally forced to leave the Congress party, because the Gandhis and the Vadras feel that only they are right, only they understand the pulse, when the ground reality is completely opposite. And it's in sheer frustration when there is no guidance, when there is no leadership, when there is no clarity, that these leaders who have been working in the Indian National Congress for ages now, and I repeat ages, are being literally forced to leave the party. Because whenever they come up with an issue, whenever they say that no, this is right, this is wrong, They are not even given an audience. And it began from Jagdambika Pal. From Jagdambika Pal to Himanta Biswa Sharma to Jyotiraditya Scindia to Jitin Prasad, the numbers you can just keep on counting. It's just an addition in the ongoing process. But the irony is that the so-called Congress leadership of the Gandhis and the Vadras can't see over and beyond the people who are yes men and who only try to tell them that they are right. Anyone who raises a question, anyone who even simply asks that is this right, is shown the door. That's the reality of what's happening within the doors of the Indian National Congress. And that's why we are being told by our sources that the exits continue. And these are exits of those leaders who have been very close to the Gandhis and to the Vadras, to the so-called first family of the Congress party. Despite that, imagine the problems of the cadre of the Congress party. It is just being completely oblivious of the reality of what's happening on ground and also within your own party. Back to you in the Suri.
Well, absolutely. Aishwarya Kapoor, our executive editor of politics, breaking down the details of what it really means for Himanshu Vyas to have tendered his resignation so close to the elections. And of course, as he pointed out, many in the line of, in fact, many leaders that have resigned from the Congress party echoing the same sentiment that there is a lack of leadership in the Congress party that we see, at least at the state level, is once again a result that we are seeing as Himanshu Vyas has also tendered his resignation from the Congress party. And shifting our focus now, viewers, to how it is a big win for our security forces as 2 Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists, in fact, have been gunned down. Here's a full report on the same.
2 elite terrorists have been arrested by J&K police along with Indian Army in North Kashmir's Sopore. As per the police, they were making movements from the Sopore market towards the Faisal market, and when one of the hybrid terrorists have been arrested and arms and ammunitions were recovered, when he was questioned about his movement and where from he got the ammunition arms, he also revealed the name of another hybrid terrorist who's also from Patan. After investigating the entire matter, now both the hybrid terrorists are with the police custody. And also, they told police that they were given tasks to attack minorities, to hurl grenade and carry out the attacks. And before they could do so, they were arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army. We are seeing a crackdown on terror, although the Pakistan trying the best to motivate the youngsters to carry the attack against the minorities and also against the police personnel who are deployed on ground for the duty. But despite all this, we are also seeing a blow coming to the terror organizations as the terrorists are being neutralized in almost every anti-terror operation.
And here's some news in brief from across the globe. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky thanked the G7 nations for announcing a coordination mechanism to help rebuild Ukraine's shattered energy infrastructure. Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky met with the White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who made a surprise visit to Kiev. Campaigning for Malaysia's general elections in a highly competitive race that will see the world's longest-serving coalition seeking to regain its dominance 4 years after a shocking electoral loss.
सपने सजाए, ये पुल निकालो, वो पुल निकालो, ये सड़क निकालो, यहां ये हो जाता तो वो हो जाता, वो हो जाता तो ये हो जाता। हम सपनों के महल बनाते रहे, पूछने वाला कोई नहीं आया। मैं सच बोल रहा हूं कि नहीं बोल रहा हूं? आज वो सौभाग्य की घड़ी आई है कि आपको वो मिला जो आपने कभी सोचा भी नहीं था। इस बात को हमको समझना है। कभी कल्पना नहीं की थी। आप बताइए, आपने जो पिछले 6 सालों में, 7 सालों में, 8 सालों में जितनी बार नरेंद्र मोदी भारत के प्रधानमंत्री जी हिमाचल आए हैं, उतनी बार कोई कांग्रेस का प्रधानमंत्री यहां पर आया इस 70 सालों में? आया? ये हमको बताता है कि उनके निगाहों में हिमाचल क्या था और मोदी जी की निगाहों में हिमाचल क्या है, इस बात को हमको समझना है। इसलिए मैं आपसे निवेदन करने आया हूं। अभी मैं आया, शिमला से चला, हेलीकॉप्टर से यहां पर उतरा, गाड़ी पकड़ी, यहां पर पहुंच गया। अभी ये जो नीचे की सड़क है, ये जो एकदम तैरती हुई पानी की तरह सड़क है, विचित्र सिंह जी थे तब इन्होंने एक सड़क निकाली थी ऋषिकेश तक। उसके बाद किसी ने गैंती नहीं चलाई। आज आपको यह सड़क, अब ऐसे तो हमारे कटवाल जी आपको सारे रास्ते बताएंगे, मैं उतने रास्ते तो नहीं जानता कि झंडूता से वो वाला नजदीक पड़ेगा, ये इधर से नजदीक पड़ेगा, लेकिन मैं इतना जरूर जानता हूं कि अब दोनों तरफ से गड़ा मोड़ा आप 35 से 40 मिनट में पहुंच जाएंगे, इतना मैं जरूर जानता हूं। ये ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मेडिकल साइंसेस हमारे बुजुर्ग बीमारी के इलाज के लिए वंचित होकर के अपनी किस्मत को, अपने भाग्य को ये कह करके संतोष कर लेते थे कि ईश्वर ने मेरी जीवन ऐसी ही रची है। आज मतलब आपके दरवाजे के आगे खड़ा है ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मेडिकल साइंसेस, 1475 करोड़ रुपए। आज हाइड्रो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज रात को मेरे ख्याल से सामने आपको बंगले की ताज के रूप में वो बत्तियां जलती हुई दिखती होंगी उसकी। कभी कोई सोचता था कि यहां पर ये सब चीजें होंगी? इसलिए मित्रों, मैं कई बार कहता हूं कि कटवाल जी की छोड़ दीजिए, ये चुनाव इनका नहीं है, ये मेरा चुनाव नहीं है। यह चुनाव आपके हकों की रक्षा का खुद का चुनाव है, यह हमको याद रखना। और दुनिया भी देखती है कि आखिर प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इतना आशीर्वाद दिया तो क्या मिट्टी ने अपना हक अदा किया कि नहीं किया? वो हमारी जिम्मेवारी बनती है। और इसीलिए मैं आपको ये बताने आया हूं कि देखिए, डबल इंजन की सरकार ईश्वर ने हमको दिया है। इस डबल इंजन की सरकार को संभाल के रखना यह हमारी जिम्मेवारी है। और मैं इसलिए बताना चाहता हूं कि जब भी इसमें से एक इंजन गायब हो जाता है तो पहाड़ पे विकास रुक जाता है, क्योंकि गाड़ी चढ़ नहीं सकती, डबल इंजन चाहिए ही चाहिए। और मैं इसके भी आपको उदाहरण देना चाहूंगा। अटल जी ने आपको इकोनॉमिक पैकेज दिया, आर्थिक, जो ये बद्दी है ना नालागढ़, यहां जो फैक्ट्रियां लगी हैं ऐसी नहीं लग गई। मुंबई से, गुजरात से, महाराष्ट्र से उठ करके लोग यहां बद्दी और नालागढ़ में ऐसे ही नहीं आ गए। टैक्स में छूट दी गई, सस्ते में जमीन दी गई, व्यवस्थाएं की गई और अटल जी ने आर्थिक पैकेज देकर के यहां पर बद्दी और नालागढ़ बसाया। लेकिन अटल जी की सरकार 2003 में चली गई, कांग्रेसियों ने उस समय इकोनॉमिक पैकेज छीन लिया। क्या कह के छीना? कि हम आपको नहीं दे सकते अकेला, आपको हम अकेला नहीं दे सकते, क्योंकि पंजाब में हमारी सरकार है, पंजाब में ये पैकेज नहीं है। हरियाणा में हमारी सरकार है, वहां पैकेज नहीं है, इसलिए आपको भी हम पैकेज नहीं दे सकते। ये अलग बात है कि आज कांग्रेस की सरकार न हरियाणा में है, न पंजाब में है, न हिमाचल में है। लेकिन आपने मनमोहन जी की सरकार ला दी, अटल जी की सरकार चली गई, आपका हक मारा गया। ये अभी रेलवे लाइन निकल रही है, बताइए कंपेंसेशन का काम हो गया पूरा कि नहीं हो गया? जमीन सबकी लेकर के पटरी का काम शुरू कर दिया कि नहीं कर दिया? ये ले से लेकर के कीर्तपुर से लेकर ले तक इसको मोदी जी ने 2015 में कैबिनेट कमिटी ऑन सिक्योरिटी पर अप्रूवल दिलाकर 2015 में हमको यह रेलवे लाइन दे दी। 2015 से 2017 तक वीरभद्र सिंह जी ने हमको लैंड एक्विजिशन करने नहीं दिया। यही मैं कहता हूं कि अगर सरकार नीचे जयराम जी की ना हो, अगर आपके कटवाल जी विधायक ना हो, अगर यहां पर डबल इंजन ना रहे तो विकास रुक जाता है। अब जयराम जी की सरकार 2017 में आई और 2017 से 2020 के बीच में जमीन की नपाई हो गई, सर्वे हो गया, कंपनसेशन हो गया और अब काम शुरू हो गया है और 2 साल के अंदर बिलासपुर में रेलवे लाइन आ जाएगी। 2 से 3 साल के अंदर बिलासपुर में रेलवे लाइन आ जाएगी। बताइए हमको अपने हक की रक्षा करनी है कि नहीं करनी है? हमको फायदा होगा कि नहीं होगा? रेलवे लाइन आने से जमीनों की कीमत बढ़ेगी कि नहीं बढ़ेगी? इन बातों को हमको समझने की आवश्यकता है और मैं इन बातों को आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूं। आज अब ये वंदे भारत ट्रेन चली है, कितने बजे? 6 बजे सवेरे चलेगी, 11 बजे ऊना, और ऊना से आपके यहां आने में 2 घंटे। यही है ना कटवाल जी? यही है, यानी 5 घंटे वो और 2 घंटे ये, 7 घंटे में आप अपने घर दिल्ली से पहुंच सकते हैं। उसी तरीके से विकास के दृष्टि से हर तरीके से हम लोगों ने नए आयाम जोड़ने का प्रयास किया है। एक बल्क ड्रग पार्क 2000 करोड़ रुपए का ऊना में स्टैब्लिश हो रहा है। यह दुनिया में हिमाचल प्रदेश को ड्रग के दृष्टि से, दवाई के दृष्टि से दुनिया के नक्शे पे खड़ा कर देगा हिमाचल प्रदेश को 2 साल के अंदर। यह आप सुनिए, जब 2000 करोड़ रुपए लगेंगे, जब फैक्ट्रियां लगेंगी, जब वहां पर क्लस्टर बनेगा, जब वहां पर एंसिलरीज के भी आएंगे और जब वह फार्मा की दृष्टि से आगे बढ़ेगा तो आप देखेंगे कि किस तरीके का अंतर आता है। उसी तरीके से नालागढ़ में अब मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क बन रहा है, मेडिकल डिवाइस के उपकरण बनेंगे। यह दुनिया में, हिमाचल प्रदेश को मेडिकल डिवाइस में दुनिया में अपने आप को खड़ा करेगा। आपको जानकर के खुशी होगी कि भारत मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ये अपने दवाई बनाने में दूसरे नंबर पर दुनिया में खड़ा हो गया, दूसरे नंबर। और जब नालागढ़ में और ऊना में जब इसकी सपोर्ट सिस्टम यहां पर खड़ा होगा तो हिमाचल प्रदेश दुनिया के नक्शे पर स्थापित हो जाएगा। इसको भी हमको याद रखना चाहिए। एक इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट, एक इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, ये सब आपने नाम कहां सुने थे? IIT हम सुनते थे दिल्ली होता है, IIT हमने सुना था रुड़की होता है, IIT हमने सुना था कि कानपुर में होता है, और आज इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन एंड टेक्नोलॉजी वो हिमाचल में हो रहा है। इसको भी हमको समझना। इसलिए विकास के नए नए आयाम जुड़े जा रहे हैं, जोड़े जा रहे हैं। ये बताइए सीधे मनाली को सड़क जा रही कि नहीं जा रही है? और ये दिसंबर महीने में, जनवरी महीने में जब ये गरा मोड़ा तक का सुरंग बन जाएगी तो 30 मिनट में आप यहां से पहुंच जाएंगे कि नहीं पहुंच जाएंगे? और 40 मिनट में आप कीर्तपुर पहुंच जाएंगे, 50 मिनट में कीर्तपुर पहुंच जाएंगे कि नहीं पहुंच जाएंगे? ज्यादा से ज्यादा 1 घंटा। और दिल्ली जाना हो तो कीर्तपुर में वंदे भारत की ट्रेन पकड़ो और जाकर के दिल्ली आप 4 घंटे में, 5 घंटे में पहुंच जाएंगे। ये विकास के नए आयाम है। इसलिए मैं ऐसे आपको कितने आयाम गिना सकता हूं। गांव की बात करने लगूं, आज मैं पढ़ रहा था, ये जो 8 करोड़ 9 करोड़ जो सिलेंडर और जो चूल्हे दिए हैं, इसके कारण 3 लाख लोगों को, 1.5 लाख लोगों को ये जो खांसी की बीमारी होती है उससे बचाव महिलाओं का हो गया। ये आज हमने वर्ल्ड हेल्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की रिपोर्ट पढ़ी। आपने बहनें देखा होगा, सवेरे सवेरे उठ करके जंगल में जाकर के लकड़ी काट के ला के सुखा के फिर चूल्हा जला के फिर फूकनी से लेकर के फूकने का काम, और फिर उसके बाद आंखों को मलते रहना, रसोई से बाहर निकल करके कहना कि हाँ थोड़ी चितनगी आई। होता था कि नहीं होता था? आज हमारे यहाँ लगभग 2 लाख गैस सिलेंडर्स, 1,37,000 गैस सिलेंडर्स दिए गए और जो बच गए उनको जयराम जी ने हिमाचल गृहिणी सुविधा योजना के तहत दे दिया। अब किसी के यहाँ भी लकड़ी का चूल्हा नहीं है, सबके यहाँ गैस का चूल्हा है। और मैं तो कई बार बोलता हूँ, टक से लाइटर जलाती हैं, 5 मिनट में चाय पिलाती हैं, आधे घंटे में खाना खिलाती हैं, बोलती चलो कम्मा जा, कम्मा जाइए काम में जुटिए। होता है कि नहीं होता है? ये महिलाओं का सशक्तिकरण हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? ये महिलाओं का सशक्तिकरण हुआ। 12 करोड़ में से 2 लाख लोग को यहां पर इज्जत घर दिया गया।
Cutting across now, viewers, to some breaking updates that we are picking up with respect to conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar, who has once again hit out at the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. And we have seen the kind of statements earlier as well that had come to light. But in this letter that has been accessed by your channel Republic TV, it is stated. In fact, Sukesh Chandrasekhar has asked these questions to the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal as to why did he take rupees 50 crores from him and offered the Rajya Sabha seat is something that has been stated in the letter itself. And he says, if I am the biggest thug, does it make you my Maha thug? Is something that has been stated in this letter as well. Now, he's also talked about how Arvind Kejriwal had asked him to rope in more people to contribute rupees 500 crores. These are massive allegations that have come to light in this letter that has been accessed by Republic TV, in which Sukesh Chandrasekhar has once again hit out at the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. And he has also asked these questions to Arvind Kejriwal as to why did he ask him to contribute cash in return for seats. Now, he's also talking about a certain dinner party that had been organized in 2016 as well. And our correspondents are on the ground tracking this story very closely. My colleagues Tanisha and Piyush are joining me on the broadcast as well. To you first, Tanisha, put this into perspective, this letter that has been accessed as to how Sukesh Chandrasekhar is making these kind of statements and hitting out at the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. He's talked about how money had also exchanged hands and how Arvind Kejriwal has time and time again also asked for offered seats in return for cash as well. Put all of these things into perspective for our viewers.
Right, Priyanka, just remember a few days back, it was the same conman, Sukesh Chandrasekhar, who had written to the LG saying favors were offered and he was in tandem with the Aam Aadmi Party. And today, this same conman has now given out, he's yielded the proof, and the proof is in the letters that he's written, and he's made some very scathing statements in that letter where he said that he's given a claim on the Suri charges that he had been claiming since then. Remember, first he had written to the LG and now he has furbished the proof, wherein he has said that 50 crore was taken from me and offered a Rajya Sabha seat. So this is one of the most scathing observations. Remember, it is a 4-page letter that Republic has accessed, and quite scathing statements coming in from the conman himself, who had earlier written to the LG. The statements also go on to say, why did you ask me to rope in more people to contribute rupees 500 crore? So a huge amount of transactions is what is being stated in his letter, Priyanka. Also, he goes on to talk about some dinner party which was attended in 2016. So it is not a case of recent years, but it was a case of 2016 when all of these transactions and seat exchange has been happening.
ISI and the pro-Khalistani elements. This is how the day is turning up. Now the post-mortem has been conducted, and meanwhile the accused has also been produced before the court for the further remand and for the further investigation as well. But further, the situation is every minute getting sensitive and even getting more sensitive. Hello? Okay. They are continuously on protesting against the killing of Sudhir Suri. The body in full security and heavy police deployment has been taken to the residence of Sudhir Suri, and after that the last journey will be started of Sudhir Suri, and even the family members and the protesters are demanding that justice should be delivered and the status of martyr should be given to Sudhir Suri, and even raising several questions to the Punjab police that how in such a heavy security he was killed. You can see these visuals. The protesters are on the bikes, on the scooters, and even by walk also. The entire road is being occupied by the protesters. And this has been continued since last evening, since Sudhir Suri was shot to death by Sandeep Singh, who was connected to a pro-Khalistani and ISI-backed elements. You can see the visuals itself are very much telling, and now the entire police has put on the ground to maintain law and order and to maintain the security of the people as well. You can see the entire city has been into a bunk position, but only the Hindu organization supporters and Sudhir Suri supporters are on the road, and they are sloganing against the Punjab police, against the system, against the administration, and meanwhile demanding the justice. You can see the visuals. They all are the supporters. They all are the supporters. The entire road and entire city is being occupied by the supporters of the Sudhir Suri. This is how the situation is getting tense in Amritsar every minute, and that is the reason the police have grounded as much as the police officials can, and in fact now they are trying to secure the city as well, just because the accused has already been produced before the court for the further remand. But these protesters are much in anger. They are not getting down, and even their demand is continuously very loud and clear that they are demanding justice in the killing of Sudhir Suri. Over to studio.
Well, that's right, Amandeep there getting us those late.
पेश किया गया मानयोग कोर्ट वालों सानू 7 दिन दा रिमांड मिला जी। थैंक यू जी सर। एक चीज हो रहा थैंक यू पहला तो की डॉक्यूमेंट कहंदे कि काफी विच मेरे पास रिवील कुछ और रिवील नहीं कर सकते। 7 दिन दा रिमांड। थैंक यू जी। थैंक यू। 7 दिन दा रिमांड मिलिया जी। क्या होना है कि लिया जेड़ा होया वा 7 दिन दा रिमांड दे विच बड़ा कुछ उभर के बाहर आ जेड़ा गड्डी दा जेड़ा है।
And Amandeep continues to stay with us on the broadcast as he was telling us the latest information and the visuals that he was also sharing us viewers from the ground, where Sudhir Suri's body has been taken for post-mortem as well. And we had seen that gruesome killing yesterday that had come to light, where this one person in fact had shot 5 times at Sudhir Suri, and because of which he had lost his life. And we are putting out the latest images of Sudhir Suri being taken for post-mortem as well. And of course, we are seeing that the investigation also going forward by the authorities into this entire matter. And for that, let me also bring in Amandeep once again on the broadcast. Amandeep, tell us more about the investigation so far and the kind of links that the authorities have already found with respect to ISI and the pro-Khalistani links that they are looking into, how there had been several gangs that had been also involved in carrying out this gruesome targeted killing of Sudhir Suri as well yesterday.
Well, Priyanka, let me share the latest information into this entire case. Sandeep Singh, who is the accused of Sudhir Suri murder case, he has been sent to the 7-day police custody by Amritsar court. 7-day police custody of Sandeep Singh by Amritsar court, and this has been confirmed by the lawyer, by the public prosecutor in Amritsar court, just because minutes before he was being produced in a heavy security in Amritsar court, from where the police have demanded the remand, and in fact now he has been sent to the 7 days of the police custody. And now next 7 days are very much crucial, just because the Punjab police will be able to interrogate Sandeep Singh to verify the connections. Priyanka, certain questions are being still answered in the police investigation. Number one, Sudhir Suri was not known to Sandeep Singh, who is a cloth merchant and in fact having no connection with Sudhir Suri, neither a friend nor any kind of enmity. So what is the reason behind killing of this Hindu leader Sudhir Suri? And even second, that how he brought the weapon. If he was not known to Sudhir Suri, who are the elements who have actually trying to drive Sandeep Singh and directed him to kill Sudhir Suri? What is the motive behind? And even ISI and pro-Khalistani elements has already taken the responsibility of the murder of Sudhir Suri. How Sandeep Singh was connected to ISI and pro-Khalistani elements, including Gopal Chawla, including Harvinder Singh Rinda, including Lakhvinder Singh Landa, how they all are connected. Either Sandeep Singh was paid for his job, or this was just a Sikh sentiments that has been exploited by those who are sitting in the Pakistan and the Canada and running their own agenda of Khalistan on the Punjab grounds. And in fact, this planning was, this conspiracy was hatched in Canada and Pakistan, which was executed in Amritsar. How the entire nexus has been made and who all are involved into this nexus, it must be not only the work of Sandeep Singh. There are certain other people in the chain of this pro-Khalistani elements who have actually connected Sandeep Singh with these people who are sitting in Pakistan as well as in Canada. And in fact, who are they? How they are providing the assistance to Sandeep Singh? How Sandeep Singh came in touch with them? What is the network and what are their further planning? These are the questions that need to be answered during the course of investigation. And only Sandeep Singh can reveal during interrogation that what all is happening behind the curtain. What more conspiracies are being hatched just because Priyanka, one booklet has been recovered from the vehicle of Sandeep Singh, and that booklet is having pictures of certain people, including comedian Bharti Singh and other people. And in fact, they have also put the cross on certain faces that indicates that next is on the target. These people might be the next target of these hardliners. And in the video of Gopal Chawla, he was clearly indicating that Sudhir Suri is down.
Shocking details, really, Amandeep, that you're telling us. Shocking details of the investigation that are coming to light, and of course the latest visuals that you're also tracking for us. For the moment, I want to thank you, Amandeep, for joining us on the broadcast. We'll keep coming back to you. We trust you to keep us ahead on that big story that we're tracking. And slipping into a very short break and getting you updates on the other side of how the Pakistan ISI link has emerged in the Sena Neta's killing. Pro-Khalistan ISI agent confirms larger plot at play. And also getting you updates of how the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to visit Himachal Pradesh today to campaign for the BJP candidates for the upcoming assembly polls. Stay tuned to Republic. We'll be back after a very short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivkumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. Tenth India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed. And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leaders' murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mention of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal elections. Prime Minister likely to highlight the need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity of the state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made. Welcome back, viewers. Straight away cutting across to some breaking updates that we're picking up with respect to the 2008 Malegaon bomb blast case that had been going on in the court itself, and we are learning that the 29th witness has turned hostile today is the latest. The ATS witness number 108, evidence number 282 turned hostile before the special NIA court today is what we're learning. Now the witness is a retired army personnel. And the witness appeared before the court today and said that the statement mentioned in the ATS charge sheet has never been recorded. Also stated that he does not know anyone and never met any of the accused as well. And the court, in fact, post these kind of statements had also declared him hostile. And we're learning that the next hearing will take place on November the 7th. Alisha Nair, my colleague, is on the ground reporting on this story. Alisha, tell us more about the kind of cases that have been going on in the court, and we have seen now that at least 29 witnesses, this is the 29th witness that has turned hostile. Speak to us first about this witness that has turned hostile, about the statements he is claiming that that were never recorded, and secondly the series of witnesses that have come to light even before this one that have turned hostile and the reasons for that.
Well, yes, Priyanka, this is the 29th witness that has turned hostile before the special NI court. There is a trial that has been ongoing since years now, and during the trial, when this is more than 281 witness statement that has been recorded, and the personal, if we have been talking, the witness that we have been talking about is a retired army personnel who turned before the court today, and the statement that was recorded back then by Maharashtra ATS in 2008, the statement was also produced before the court, and he clearly mentioned that his statement has never been recorded, and also clearly mentions that he has never met any of the accused, and not even known about the case and the other accused as well. So after which, hearing the statement that was given by the retired army personnel, who is ATS witness number 108, where he clearly mentioned that his statement has never been recorded by the ATS, after which the special NI court has turned him hostile. The next hearing will be on 7th of November. Continuously rolling on this big story. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leaders' murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal elections. Prime Minister likely to highlight need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity of the state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated to a severe category as recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5 till pollution situation improves, and official advise people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary. Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivkumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated to a severe category as recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5 till pollution situation improves, and official advise people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary. Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivkumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. 10th India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed. And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leaders' murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation.
सर लगातार पंजाब में पराली जलाई जा रही है, लगातार पंजाब में पराली जलाई जा रही है, दिल्ली में पोल्यूशन हो रहा है। सर आप जवाब तो दीजिए सर, आपकी सरकार ने कहा था कि आप काम करेंगे, इस तरह से कब तक होगा सर?
Here's top headlines right now. The national capital continues to choke in toxic pollution. Residents bear the brunt as a thick layer of smoke engulfs Delhi. Delhi chokes, double burns. Blame game continues, but zero political accountability. Massive anger over Shiv Sena leader murder. Hindu organization calls for bandh in Amritsar. Pakistan ISI link emerges in Sena. Neta's killing. Pro-Khalistan ISI agent confirms larger plot. PM Modi to visit to Himachal today to campaign for BJP candidates for the upcoming assembly polls. Plus, conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar intensifies attack on Kejriwal, writes another letter. Viewers, you're watching India's #1 news channel, Republic TV. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Let's start with the top update we're getting for you right now. Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar has hit out at Delhi CM Kejriwal once again. He has written some things which I will just read out for you. It's a second letter this time is written. And he has written that Kejriwal, this is a claim made by Sukesh, that Kejriwal attended dinner party and also says Aam Aadmi Party offered me a Rajya Sabha seat. This is what the letter says. Now, I'm being joined by our executive editor of politics, Aishwarya Kapoor, to take us through that letter. Now, that letter, the contents of the letter, there are many claims being made by conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. Could you please take our viewers through them, Aishwarya?
Well, absolutely. In the letter, we can clearly see that it has been written via his advocate, Mr. A.K. Singh, and he says that he has paid 50 crores. And he mentions the minister's name, Kailash Gehlot's name, in that letter. Said that the money was paid to the Aam Aadmi Party via Kailash Gehlot at his farmhouse. He said that a Rajya Sabha seat was offered. He says that he was present and that the top leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party was present in that dinner meet with him. So all these are allegations which are being written in black and white via the legal counsel of the conman. So the conman's second letter is more scathing. and is attacking. Though the Aam Aadmi Party comes out and says that it is a political vendetta, and then they are getting BJP into it. But BJP's press conference is at 1:30, exactly 29 minutes from now, according to my clock. And we are being told that BJP is going to seek some very, very straight answers from the Aam Aadmi Party. So it's a full-blown political fight which is breaking out. The BJP is asking an explanation from the Aam Aadmi Party on the second letter written by the con man. And the con man is saying that he was threatened by the Aam Aadmi Party leader, by Satyendra Jain, who is already in jail, and the former DG prisons, via former DG prisons. So it's a very scathing letter, a 3 to 4 page second letter which has been written by the conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar, and he's naming the Delhi Chief Minister, the Aam Aadmi Party leader. He's naming the other leaders, the other ministers of the Aam Aadmi Party. He's saying that 50 crores was paid. He's saying that he was offered a Rajya Sabha seat. He's saying that he has had dinner with them. He's saying that all of this was being done only and only to protect him. So all of this is being said by the conman, not by the BJP. When the Aam Aadmi Party comes out and does that press conference, Saurabh Bharadwaj, they claim that it is happening on the behest of the BJP and that the BJP is doing it, and they're raising a question on the timing. So they are making it a political fight. But then what about this letter? And he's writing it through his lawyer. The conman is just not saying it verbally. He's pinning it down and naming these top leaders and saying that this is all how it happened, where it happened, the location, the minister's house, the farmhouse, to whom it was given, why it was given. So all of this has been penned down by the conman in the second letter, which is far more scathing even than the first one. Back to you in the studio, Shivangi.
Right. And we have some reactions coming in as well right now. But as we put those reactions out on a screen for our viewers, Shaurya, this is the second letter that the first time the conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar has written to the Delhi LG, VK Saxena, alleging that he paid more than 10 crores to Aam Aadmi Party Minister Satyendra Jain. And we're also getting a reaction on a screen as well, right now from the Aam Aadmi Party, Shaurya. Now let's see. And the big question is right now, how do you think the Aam Aadmi Party will react to these claims of the conman? All right, Tanisha is joining me live right now. Tanisha, take us through the reactions coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party. I think there's a tweet which has been put out.
की भी बात है.
Right, Shivangi. The tweet has been put out by Manish Sisodia, where he has clearly stated that the all allegations that has been made by this con man are absurd, and everything will be proven wrong. Remember, the tweet also goes on to say that he has apprised Nadda ji also on the same, and it is all because of the fear in the MCD and Gujarat polls is why these controversies have been happening. So everything is the Aam Aadmi Party is now relating to polls where they have clearly stated that it is the BJP's agenda to frame the Aam Aadmi Party because they have a fear of losing in the MCD polls, which is in Delhi, and the Gujarat elections coming which is right around the corner. Remember, now this letter was given in two parts. Number one, the letter was given a week ago. The first letter was given to the LG a week ago almost, where he had the con man had clearly stated that that Aam Aadmi Party was involved with him, and that he knew the leaders, the top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party since 2015. That is when the Aam Aadmi Party came into existence, came into power in the national capital, and after that transactions have been taking place since then. And today, in a second letter that he's written via his advocate, scathing observations again that has come to the fore, where he is mentioned that a Rajya Sabha seat was offered to him, and that all the transactions were taken place at a farmhouse. What is more, the more awaited proof that will be seen forward to is where he said that he will soon give out the conversation proof and the transaction details that has taken place. So all of these claims that the con man has been giving out, Sukesh Chandrasekhar has been giving out, he also goes on to say that he will give the proof proof of the same in coming days. So that is one thing that will be awaited by everybody, Shivangi.
Right, and that tweet by Manish Sisodia, let me read it out. Let me read it out for our viewers. Fearing a catastrophic defeat in MCD and Gujarat, BJP has dealt with thug lodged in Tihar. He will make absurd allegations against Kejriwal every day, and in return, BJP will help him in his case. I've heard that Nadda ji will get him included in BJP next week. That is the reaction which is coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party after this second letter by conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. And Tanisha, I want to go back to you. If you could share the contents of that letter which have been written right now by conman Chandrasekhar. He's written a couple of things because right now Manish Sisodia has called him a thug. But in the letter, conman says, if I am the biggest thug, then Kejriwal is Mahathug. That's what the conman is saying. Tanisha.
Right, Shivangi, rightly pointed out, he's slammed the Aam Aadmi Party and called them a Mahathug because remember, the Aam Aadmi Party has been dismissing all the claims, allegations that the conman has been putting on them in the first letter that was written a week ago by this very conman to the LG of Delhi. And today in the letter, he has rebutted to that claim of a thug, which Aam Aadmi Party has quoted him, where he said that if I'm a thug, then you must be a bigger thug, is what the conman has said. Why has he said that? Is because he's been claiming that 50 crore was given by him to the Aam Aadmi Party, and this was in exchange of a Rajya Sabha seat. He also goes on to say that all of these transactions, all of these conversations happened at a farmhouse. He then goes on to say that in 2016, when after the deal was made, why was a dinner party attended? Now it remains to be seen who were the people in this dinner party, who attended this dinner party, and who was the transaction made to, is what will be much awaited for. And remember, this conman has also claimed that in just coming weeks or coming days, he will be furbishing proof about when and where did the transactions take place and when did the conversations happen. Few excerpts of the letter also goes on to read, Shivangi, that the RS Rajya Sabha seat was offered, and that also Aam Aadmi Party had been taking continuous updates with this conman who they claim is a thug, and this is what the conman has claimed, that why were conversations happening with me even after the transactions took place? Why was the dinner party attended after the deal was formed? So these are several questions and allegations, massive allegations on the Aam Aadmi Party that this conman has raised. He also said that he will put out a defamation case on Kejriwal for framing him. So these scathing observations have come out in the 4-page letter, Shivangi, that this conman has written, who's currently in jail, who's given out a letter through his advocate. These are the massive allegations, the excerpts that we just read out on the Aam Aadmi Party, Shivangi.
Right. So Tanisha is getting us all those details right now. Tanisha is getting us all the details on this fresh face-off which is happening. A new letter has been written by conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar, and the Aam Aadmi Party has reacted to that. Thank you, Tanisha. Let's move ahead. There's some action and some protests which are happening right now in Amritsar. Amandeep is there. Let's go straight to Amandeep. Right now, remember, there's a lot of anger on the streets of Amritsar. There's a bandh has been called after the terrible tragedy which we saw yesterday, where we saw a Shiv Sena leader being shot dead in broad daylight. Let's go to Amandeep. Amandeep, what is happening where you are right now? We are seeing a lot of anger on the streets of Amritsar.
Suri, where the mortal remains have just reached after the post-mortem, and in fact a huge number of people are here. They are protesting and raising the slogans that Suri hum sharminda hai, tere qatil zinda hai. These kind of slogans has been raised outside the residence of Sudhir Suri, and the mortal remains is here. Last journey will be started very soon, and even This anger is all against the police of Amritsar, that despite having the security, that how Sudhir Suri was shot dead from a point blank range, and in fact in a full public view, in a full broad daylight. This is the point of the anger of his entire. You can see the visuals. This is the inside of the visual. The family members of Sudhir Suri are paying respect, the last respect to Sudhir Suri, just because the mortal remains have just arrived after conducting the post-mortem. And even on the other side, Shivangi, the police have produced the accused before the court, from where he has been sent to the 7th day of police custody. And further, the police will interrogate the Sandeep Singh, accused of the case, the person who has fired on Sudhir Suri, and even further his interrogation will reveal the connections. And in fact, you can see, if my camera person can pan the camera, he can show you and tell the sense through the visuals that what all is happening in Amritsar. The entire Amritsar is Bandh today, just because the Hindu organization has given the call of Bandh, and the protest is happening outside. The slogans are being raised outside the residence of Sudhir Suri. Anger among the people is getting high, and they are demanding justice into the case, raising allegations against the Punjab police as well as the administration. And family is not satisfied with the police investigation as well. And even on the other side, the police is claiming that they are able to solve the case and unfold the conspiracy that was hatched to kill Sudhir Suri very soon. And you can see the visuals. The family is in complete deep shock. It was actually unexpected and very surprising that despite having a security, that how come one single person came close to Sudhir Suri and shot him from the point blank range, what the security was doing. And now the question arises to जितने भी लोगों को पंजाब पुलिस ने सिक्योरिटी दी है, क्या वो सिक्योर हैं? सवाल अब ये खड़ा हो रहा है कि जितने भी लोगों के साथ पंजाब पुलिस की सिक्योरिटी है, क्या वो सिक्योर हैं? क्या जब भी उन पे अटैक होगा तो पंजाब पुलिस उनको बचा पाएगी? इस तरह के सवाल जो हैं वो खड़े हो रहे हैं इस समय। आप देख सकते हैं कि परिवार बहुत डीप शॉक में है। एक परिवार की आंखें नमा गई हैं, उनसे वो सारा इंसिडेंट उनकी आंखों से नहीं जा रहा है। जो वाक्य कल हुआ, उससे सिर्फ सुधीर सूरी का परिवार ही नहीं बल्कि पंजाब के समाज में एक अजीब किस्म का थ्रेट फैलना शुरू हो गया है कि कभी भी किसी की हत्या की जा सकती है, चाहे वो पुलिस सिक्योरिटी के साथ हो, वो कोई मैटर नहीं करती है। और आप तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं। मैं आप कैमरा पर्सन को कहूंगा कि दूसरी तस्वीर में दिखाए कि किस तरह से जो लोग हैं वो बाहर इकट्ठे हुए हैं सुधीर सूरी की सपोर्ट को, क्योंकि ये हत्या, ये गोली सुधीर सूरी पे नहीं चली, ये समाज पे चली है। ये जो हिंदू और सिख का भाईचारा है पंजाब के अंदर, ये गोली उस पे चलाई गई है। ये उस भाईचारे को तोड़ने की कोशिश पे गोली चलाई गई है, क्योंकि बहुत सालों से कभी भी इस तरह का क्लैश जो है वो पंजाब में नहीं दिखा। लेकिन कुछ प्रो खालिस्तानी एलिमेंट्स जो कि ISI के संपर्क में हैं, उन्होंने ऐसी साजिशें घटनी शुरू कर दी हैं ताकि इस तरह का माहौल बन सके। ये तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं कि लोग कैसे यहाँ पे बाहर सुधीर सूरी के घर के बाहर मौजूद हैं और लगातार वो लोग डिमांड कर रहे हैं कि सुधीर सूरी को शहीद का दर्जा दिया जाए और जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो पूरी तरह से इंडिपेंडेंट हो। ये तस्वीरें देखिए, कुछ लोग यहाँ पे बैठे भी हुए हैं। ये तस्वीरें मैं अपने कैमरा पर्सन को कहूँगा कि तस्वीरें ज़रूर दिखाएं, क्योंकि कुछ लोग यहाँ पे बैठे भी हुए हैं और बैठ करके अपना रोष जाहिर कर रहे हैं। इनको दुख है, लेकिन दुख से ज़्यादा इस चीज़ का रोष है कि किस तरह प्रशासन की एक नेग्लिजेंसी की वजह से सुधीर सूरी ने अपनी जान गंवा दी। एक छोटी नेग्लिजेंसी, अगर सुधीर सूरी को वहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी कवर दिया होता तो शायद ये हत्या पॉसिबल नहीं हो पाती। अगर वहाँ पे इंटेलिजेंस इनपुट होता कि सुधीर सूरी को कहीं टारगेट किया जा सकता है तो शायद ये घटना ना घटती। अगर सुधीर सूरी को ये कहा जाता कि आप प्रोटेस्ट में मत जाइए, आपकी जान को खतरा है और आसपास में कोई भी ऐसा एलिमेंट है जो आपको मार सकता है, तो शायद सुधीर सूरी की जान बच सकती। लेकिन ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ और जिसका रिजल्ट आप तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं कि ये रोष और ये एंगर उसी का रिजल्ट है, क्योंकि लोगों में इतना भारी रोष हो चुका है कि जो वो कंट्रोल भी नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। ये तस्वीरें चारों तरफ हम भी इसी भीड़ के अंदर लोगों के बीच में फंसे हुए हैं, क्योंकि लोग आ रहे हैं, जा कोई नहीं रहा है। सब लोग यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं, अफसोस जता रहे हैं और अपना गुस्सा अलग अलग तरीके से निकाल रहे हैं। कोई एक दूसरे से बात करके निकाल रहा है और कोई जो है नारेबाजी करके निकाल रहा है। इस तरह का माहौल सुधीर सूरी के घर पे बाहर बना हुआ है, क्योंकि ये जो रोष है ये प्रशासन के ढीले रवैये का रोष है। ये जो रिजल्ट है वो पुलिस के ढीले रवैये का रिजल्ट है। अगर पंजाब पुलिस सिक्योरिटी नहीं दे सकती थी प्रॉपर से सुधीर सूरी को, तो पहले ही कह देती, सेंटर को लिख देती, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स को लिख देती, ताकि उनको सेंट्रल पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस प्रोवाइड की जाती। लेकिन ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं हुआ, जिसका रिजल्ट आज आपके सामने है। परिवार की आंखें नम हैं, लेकिन अंदर गुस्सा भी है कि आखिरकार प्रशासन की गलती की वजह से उनका पारिवारिक मेंबर इस दुनिया से चला गया, और वो भी एक टारगेट किलिंग को लेके, एक स्पेसिफिक टारगेट किलिंग को लेके, जिनको सिक्योरिटी का थ्रेट भी था, जिनको जान से मारने की धमकियां भी आ रही थी और जिन पे पहले हमला भी हो चुका था, और जिनके हमले के थ्रेट के ऊपर कुछ गिरफ्तार भी हुए थे, और उन गिरफ्तारों ने ये भी बताया था कि सुधीर सूरी को मारने की साजिश घटी जा रही है। इन सब के बावजूद भी ऐसा माहौल बना है, और अब तस्वीरें जो है वो आपके सामने है कि किस तरह से लोगों का रोष जो है वो उमड़ के आ चुका है। अमृतसर की सड़कों के ऊपर लोग बाइक्स पे पैदल सुधीर सूरी के नारे लगाते हुए नजर आ रहे थे। पोस्टमार्टम यूनिट के बाहर भी जो है वो सुधीर सूरी के समर्थक और हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के समर्थक सारे इकट्ठा हुए थे, और वहां पे भी नारेबाजी हुई थी और प्रशासन के खिलाफ नारेबाजी हुई थी। और अब उसके घर के बाहर शहर के कई हिस्सों में इस तरह का प्रदर्शन जो है वो जारी है, क्योंकि सुधीर सूरी की जो हत्या हुई है उसको डाइजेस्ट करना, उसको टॉलरेट करना इस सोसाइटी से नहीं हो पा रहा है। इसीलिए ये तस्वीर देखिए, यहाँ से तस्वीर देखिए, जहाँ तक आपको दिखाई दे रहा है वहाँ तक आपको लोग ही लोग नजर आएंगे। और इस तरफ सुधीर सूरी का घर है, जहाँ पे परिवार मौजूद है, और उनके सुधीर सूरी का जो पार्थिव शरीर है वो वहाँ पे अंदर रखा हुआ है, ताकि लोग उनके अंतिम दर्शन कर सकें, क्योंकि यहाँ से उनकी लास्ट जर्नी शुरू होगी, और लास्ट जर्नी शुरू होकर अंतिम संस्कार होगा। और अभी पुलिस की बहुत भारी डिप्लॉयमेंट है, यहाँ पे बहुत भारी डिप्लॉयमेंट है। हर तरफ, चारों तरफ पुलिस ही पुलिस आपको नजर आएगी, कि अगर फिर से कोई ऐसी घटना ना घट जाए जिसके पुलिस फिर से शर्मिंदा होना पड़े। पुलिस कह रही है कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है, और जो एक्यूज्ड है वो अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है, हथियार बरामद कर लिया गया है। आगे उसकी इंटेरोगेशन में पता चलेगा कि आखिरकार और कौन कौन इन्वॉल्व है। लेकिन ना तो ये लोग पुलिस की इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन से सहमत हैं, और ना ही परिवार वाले पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन से सहमत हैं, क्योंकि पुलिस ही थी जो पहले सुधीर सूरी को सिक्योरिटी प्रोवाइड कर रही थी। उसी की सिक्योरिटी में सुधीर सूरी की हत्या हो गई, और अभी पुलिस ये आश्वासन दे रही है कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है, जल्द ही जल्द किसी न किसी कंक्लूजन पे पहुंच जाएगी। लेकिन ये लोग जो है वो इस चीज़ को नहीं मान रहे हैं कि आखिरकार जो पंजाब पुलिस को सिक्योर करना था वही पंजाब पुलिस वहाँ फ्रीज होकर खड़ी रही जब गोली चल रही थी, और जब गोली चलाने के बाद एक्यूज वहाँ से भागने की कोशिश कर रहा तब उसके पीछे भागी। गोली चलाने से पहले अगर एक्ट किया होता, जब पुलिस को ये नहीं पता चला कि कोई हथियारबंद आदमी सुधीर सूरी के पास आ रहा है, तब ये पंजाब पुलिस की इंटेलिजेंस कहाँ गई थी। और वो संदीप सिंह का अगर प्रोफाइल की बात करें, वो एक कपड़े का व्यापारी है, और कपड़े के व्यापारी की दुकान बिल्कुल जहाँ प्रोटेस्टिंग साइट थी उसके बिल्कुल बगल में थी। और ना तो संदीप सिंह सुधीर सूरी को जानता था, ना सुधीर सूरी संदीप सिंह को जानता था, ना इनकी कोई दोस्ती थी, ना कोई दुश्मनी थी। फिर मोटिव क्या था? क्या संदीप सिंह ISI खालिस्तानी एलिमेंट्स के हायर किया हुआ आदमी था, या फिर जो सिख सेंटिमेंट्स हैं उसको लेके बरगला के संदीप सिंह से ये काम करवाया गया? गोपाल सिंह चावला ने जिस तरह से वो वीडियो रिलीज की, एक जश्न का वीडियो रिलीज किया सुधीर सूरी की मौत के ऊपर, तो उससे ये साफ जाहिर होता है कि ये ISI और खालिस्तानी एलिमेंट्स का एक रची हुई साजिश है। कनाडा से लखवीर लांडा जो हैं वो इसकी जिम्मेवारी लेते हैं। हरविंदर सिंह रिंदा पहले भी अटैक करवा चुके हैं सुधीर सूरी के ऊपर। पाकिस्तान से कनाडा तक इसकी साजिश रची गई, जिसको अमृतसर में एग्जीक्यूट किया गया, और अंजाम आपके सामने है। ये चीज़ लोगों को भी पता चल चुकी है, और इसीलिए लोगों का आक्रोश जो है वो पंजाब पुलिस के खिलाफ बहुत ज़्यादा है, और इसी वजह से लोग नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं, अलग अलग तरीके से अपना गुस्सा निकाल रहे हैं, सवाल कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि अब पंजाब पुलिस से इन लोगों का भरोसा कहीं ना कहीं उठ चुका है। जी
Right, right. And Amandeep, like you were saying, and we had also highlighted that when the attack had happened, it happened in broad daylight. The police were also present at the spot. The police personnel were present at the spot when the Shiv Sena leader was attacked. But they did not even react. Now we are also seeing a lot of questions being raised from the opposition, from across political lines, that why is there this kind of situation there in Punjab? Why are we seeing a law and order situation worsen in the state, Amandeep?
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. This is a big question arising in Punjab, and if I can show you the visual, the anger is still sustaining here among the people, and they are continuously raising the questions. And the point is that these kind of incidents never happened, and even certain kind of pro-Khalistani elements always try to create such kind of situation in Punjab, but they never succeeded. All the conspiracies and all the bids have been foiled by Punjab Police or any other central agency. But now Sudhir Suri's incident is a clear-cut indication that Punjab Police is now getting failed to control these kind of elements, and such kind of elements are being actively working here in Punjab to create this situation. Just because, Shivangi, Hindu versus Sikh never happened in Punjab before this, and you can see the visuals. This is the anger among the people. Look at the anger among the people. It's not only Hindus. Certain people with the turbans, they are also participating in this protest. They are also not happy with the working of the Punjab police. And that is the reason such kind of situation has been created in Amritsar. That is always in a sensitive situation. And police knows, government knows, each and every government knows that Amritsar is a sensitive state, and it always remain on alert for certain kind of incidents, just because pro-Khalistani elements backed by ISI, they are always try to run their agenda, and Amritsar is a center of that. Everybody knows it. Each and every investigating and intelligence agency is very much aware about it. But despite all these facts, this Sudhir Suri's murder took place in a broad daylight in a full public view. That raises the question. Here the question arises that is the government and the Punjab police is very much concerned about the situation of Punjab. Everybody knows that Punjab is always in a sensitive mode since 1984, when the Khalistani elements try to run their agenda. After Operation Blue Star, certain pro-Khalistani organizations were running in Punjab that has been eliminated in mid-90s and post-90s. And in fact, after that, the existence of these Khalistani organizations include Khalistan Zindabad Force, Khalistan Liberation Force, Babar Khalsa International and whatnot. Their existence has been reduced to a very minor. And in fact, now all of a sudden, certain kind of incidents are an example that though their leaders are not in India, but still they are executing their plans and the conspiracies on the Indian soil. And this is a clear-cut failure of the intelligence agency as well as the police. They are not able to identify.
And joining us on the live broadcast this afternoon is Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi, the chief of the AIMIM. Mr. Owaisi is joining us live from Hyderabad in what is now turning out to be a very, very controversial election, especially in Gujarat, where Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi's AIMIM will be contesting. We don't have the details of how many seats he will be contesting, but he's certainly giving it his best. Let me go across to Mr. Owaisi. Mr. Owaisi, the Union Home Minister is said as far as the Uniform Civil Code is concerned, and the reason I'm starting with this question is because you've been speaking about it. The Home Minister says it is part of the BJP's agenda for long. He says it's a commitment of the BJP. It is a commitment of the BJP governments that Uniform Civil Code will be a reality. It's an ideological commitment. Why are you opposing the Uniform Civil Code? Is it simply a political opposition to the idea of the Uniform Civil Code, Mr. Owaisi? All right, I'm just going to connect to Mr. Sudhir Owaisi right now. We've lost the line there, but he's joining us live from Hyderabad. And Mr. Owaisi is joining us at a time when the Uniform Civil Code is one of the biggest talking points in both Himachal Pradesh and also Gujarat. Can you hear me, Mr. Owaisi? Good afternoon. Can you hear me now? Just checking my audio with you once again.
Good afternoon,
okay,
Mr. Niranjan, I can hear you.
Yeah, good afternoon. So you're live, Mr. Owaisi. My first question was, I'm not sure you could hear me, but my first question was, the Union Home Minister has said the Uniform Civil Code is a commitment of his party, his governments across the country, the BJP governments, and he says they will ensure that it is a reality. Why are you opposing the Uniform Civil Code? Is it just a political opposition?
I missed your latter part of your question. Can you repeat it?
Okay, I think there's a poor audio line. I'll try and, be a little louder. Mr. Owaisi, why are you opposing the Uniform Civil Code?
Well, you see, the opposition to Uniform Civil Code from my party is because under Article 29, I have the right to culture. And you cannot impose, you cannot take away my right to culture. It is a basic fundamental right which is part of the basic structure of our constitution. And please understand that pluralism is also part of the basic structure of our constitution. And why only Article 44? What about Article 39, which talks about equal distribution of wealth? More than 60-70% of our wealth is being controlled by 7-8 individuals in our country. So there are many directive principles which the government of the day must be answerable to it, must try to implement it, not only Article 44 only.
As far as, that's a political point, of course. Now, for example, I'm just giving you an example. In the case of Uttarakhand, the Uttarakhand Uniform Civil Code Committee, now it's a laborious exercise, one that involves taking direct feedback from the people. They've gone through about 4 lakh suggestions, right? And there is going to be more public outreach. Can you hear me, Mr. Owaisi? Just checking if you can hear me now, Mr. Owaisi. Is it back? All right, I'm just going to go across back to Mr. Owaisi. He was live on the Uniform Civil Code. He was speaking on the Uniform Civil Code. And the moment I have him back, I'm just going to go back to him. It's a live interview, ladies and gentlemen, so I apologize for this interruption. There was a little bit of an issue in the audio line with Mr. Sudhir Owaisi, and he's been speaking about different issues. We want to ask him questions on not just the Uniform Civil Code, but also the Gujarat elections, where his party will be contesting in what is now turning out to be a multi-cornered protest with a contest rather with even the Aam Aadmi Party in the fray, along with the Congress Party, which has, by the way, received a jolt this morning with one more leader, senior leader, resigning. And you also have the BJP in the fray. Of course, the BJP leading, according to some of the analysts on the ground. Let me go back to Mr. Owaisi on the point that he was making on the Uniform Civil Code. Mr. Owaisi, I was trying to ask you my follow-up question on the scale of the exercise on Uniform Civil Code that is being conducted. See, you spoke about the directive principles, etc. Now, I'm giving you the example of the Uttarakhand Uniform Civil Code Committee, which has gone through about 4 lakh suggestions and will continue to do more public outreach. So you can't just say that it's a political exercise when the feedback of the people is directly being taken in such an important decision, Mr. Owaisi.
Well, they can. The BJP wakes up to such issues only before an assembly election is there, and that is their whole plan. Because in Gujarat there has been so much of misgovernance, and they are trying to ensure that all their misgovernance, their wrong policies which have affected the common man, price rise, unemployment, salaries decreasing, So these are all the issues which the BJP is trying to ensure that by raking up such issues, they'll try to cover up their misgovernance and their mistakes of last 5 years.
But Mr. Owaisi, this is a subject that we've been debating for decades together, right? Even when the UPA government was in place, we were questioning, we were debating this issue. I'm not for once saying that what you mentioned are not genuine issues. Yes, there are issues, there are genuine issues to also be addressed in these rallies. But for example, I'm going back to the question once again. For example, in the Uttarakhand exercise, from the details I have, there were about 3 lakh handwritten letters, 60,000 emails, 22,000 suggestions on the recommendation on one law for all. And just to get your view on this, there were suggestions made from tribal belts, rural hilly areas, where they wanted policy interventions, for example, on reverse inheritance, right? Same age of marriage for both genders, for example, simple issues. A total ban on polygamy and polyandry, for example. And should live-in relationships be registered? That is also a question that is being dealt with. Don't you think these are progressive issues in a progressive country like ours?
Well, number one is that Hindu Marriage Act is a central legislation. How can the state legislate on a central legislation? Muslim, you have the Muslim Marriage Act or Shariat Application Act. It's a central act. How can a state legislate on that? Thirdly, you talk about polyandry. Polyandry is part of the culture of the tribal people also. Can you take away that? And if my memory serves well, there is a case pending in the Honorable Supreme Court wherein people have gone to the Supreme Court stating that their polyandry is part of the culture and no government should interfere in that. And moreover, will right to culture be taken away from it? So these are important questions. You see, please remember that pluralism is part of the basic structure of our constitution. Now, if anyone, your question might be, then what is the law? The law is, you have the Indian Succession Act, you have the Special Marriage Act, you use it. Anyone who doesn't want to use religious laws can use the Special Marriage Act, can use the Indian Succession Act, the Juvenile Justice Act is there.
Now, on this question of polygamy, right now, and I asked you a question, you gave me your response, and you spoke about polyandry and tribal belts. In fact, this specific response was also from tribal belts. Let me also tell you that there is a belief, and the BJP is attacking you every day, of course, and they say that you're objecting UCC for pure vote bank politics in Gujarat because that's an issue that was raised, and it's an easy topic for Owaisi. How do you respond to this?
Well, I'm thankful to you for raising a very important point relating to the Gujarat state. Now, Niranjan, please tell me, in Gujarat, BJP talks about Uniform Civil Code. Now, can anyone go and change their religion? You cannot do that. You have to take a permission. So what sort of Uniform Civil Code you're talking about? There is a Disturbed Areas Act. Can the collector give a permission to a Muslim to buy a property from a non-Muslim? He never gives that. So you talk about Uniform Civil Code, but one cannot change religion without permission despite being an adult. You talk about live-in relationship is allowed, but I cannot change a religion unless and until I take a permission from state government. So you look at this hypocrisy of the BJP as far as Gujarat is concerned.
I can hear you, but you see, Mr. Owaisi, in the past, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. No, I was saying that in the past, you've had Mr. Ambedkar, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, you had Muslim members, prominent Muslim members who've backed it, stalwarts who've supported it in the Constituent Assembly, etc., right? So historically, now all these issues have been dealt with in the past by some of the best experts who framed the Constitution.
Well, Well, Ambedkar also said on Uniform Civil Code that it has to be voluntary. Baba Sahib Ambedkar also said that anyone who does not want religious laws can use the other laws. And that is why those same elders which made the constitution gave you and me the right to culture. They gave you freedom of religion. They gave you right to equality. Freedom of speech, freedom of expression. So, one cannot forget and remember, these are directive principles. By using a directive principle, you cannot take away fundamental right.
Coming to the Gujarat elections, Mr. Owaisi, how many seats is your party planning to contest?
Well, this decision will be taken by our Gujarat state MIM president, Mr. Saber Kabuliwala, and I'm sure he will take it very soon. So it is his responsibility, it is his prerogative to take a decision which he will take in due course.
सर, अब हमारे जो भारत के दर्शक के दो क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहता हूँ आपसे हिंदी में। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, ये यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड का जो मुद्दा है, बीजेपी बोल रहे हैं कि आपका वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स की वजह से आप इसको अपोज कर रहे हैं, आपका रिस्पॉन्स?
नहीं, मैं ये बताना चाह रहा हूँ कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की जो बात कर रहे हैं, हमको ये बताइए, भारत सरकार के आंकड़े हैं कि 2000 से 2019 तक 90 लाख बेटियां हमारी फीमेल इन्फेंटिसाइड में मिसिंग है। माने पूरा उत्तराखंड का पॉपुलेशन के बराबर 90 लाख, जिसमें से कितने हमारे हिंदू परिवार के हैं? 84% के। भाजपा इस पर जवाब देगी क्या? अच्छा, फिर बार बार ये लोग बोलते कि नहीं मुसलमान 2 शादियां करते। तो भारत सरकार के आंकड़े हैं कि पॉलीगमी 1.9 मुस्लिम्स में है और हमारे हिंदू भाई में 1.3 है। एक बात समझिए, पॉलीगमी जो मुसलमानों में है, सेकंड वाइफ को वाइफ का दर्जा मिलता है और उसको राइट टू मेंटेनेंस मिलता है, जो दूसरे हमारे महिलाओं को नहीं मिलता है। तीसरी बात, आप ये बताइए कि हिंदू अनडिवाइडेड फैमिली टैक्स रिबेट सिर्फ हिंदू भाई बहनों क्यों मिलते हैं? भाई मुसलमान को भी, ईसाई को मिलना चाहिए क्या? राइट टू इक्वालिटी का वायलेशन नहीं है? और अगर कोई ये कह रहा है कि मुझे रिलीजियस लॉस पसंद नहीं है, तो भारत के संविधान में प्रोविजन है। स्पेशल मैरिज एक्ट ले लीजिए आप, इंडियन सक्सेशन एक्ट ले लीजिए, जुवेनाइल जस्टिस एक्ट ले लीजिए। और जहां तक गुजरात की बात है, गुजरात में भाजपा यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की बात करती है, और अगर कोई अपना धर्म परिवर्तन करना चाहता है तो उसको परमिशन लेना पड़ता है सरकार से। तो ये यूनिफॉर्म कौन सा कोड की बात कर रहे हैं आप? अगर कोई मुसलमान किसी दूसरे समुदाय के आदमी का घर खरीदना चाह रहा तो कलेक्टर परमिशन नहीं देता। और गुजरात की जब आप बात कर रहे हैं, मैं आपके देखने वालों को बताना चाह रहा हूं कि गुजरात में 1000 लड़कों के ऊपर कितनी बेटियां मुसलमानों के पास पैदा होती हैं और कितनी हिंदू भाइयों के पास पैदा होती है। सबसे ज्यादा 944 तो मुसलमान परिवार के पास है बेटियां। इस पर भाजपा क्या बोलेगी? भाजपा अपने मिस गवर्नेंस को छुपाने के लिए, मिसाल के तौर पर जो मोरबी में ब्रिज गिरा, आपके कैमरामैन पर अटैक हो गया, आपने दिखाया, 2 करोड़ का पैसा दिया गया था, उसमें से वो परिवार ने सिर्फ 12 लाख खर्चा कर 140 लोगों की मौत हो गई। ये भाजपा का मिस गवर्नेंस है। आप यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड गुजरात में बात करते तो चलिए मेरे साथ, जितने दलित और मुसलमानों की बस्तियां हैं वहां पर साफ सफाई का इंतजाम है क्या? मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा कि जुवापुरा में पूरा अहमदाबाद का कचरा और अहमदाबाद का मेडिकल वेस्ट का पहाड़ लगा हुआ है। उसका कौन जिम्मेदार है बताओ? फिर आप उसमें यूनिफॉर्मिटी क्यों नहीं है? आप लाकर रोड पर मुस्लिम बच्चों को पीटते हैं पूरी जनता को खड़ा करके, वो यूनिफॉर्मिटी, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की बात कर रहे हैं आप।
मेरा आखिरी क्वेश्चन है कि आप क्या अकेले लड़ेंगे इस चुनाव में? गुजरात में कोई अलायंस होगा आपका, और कितने सीट में आप लड़ेंगे?
गुजरात में कितने विधानसभा की सीट पर हम इलेक्शन लड़ेंगे, इसका फैसला हमारे गुजरात की पार्टी करेगी। और हमारे गुजरात पार्टी के अध्यक्ष साबिर काबुलीवाला साहब और पूरे जो जिम्मेदार हैं वो अनकरीब में जल्द से जल्द फैसला कर लेंगे और बताएंगे। मगर हम पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं, मेहनत कर रहे हैं। गुजरात में हमारे अहमदाबाद में, मोडासा में, भरूच में और गोधरा में हमारे कॉरपोरेटर्स हैं और वहाँ पर हमने अपने कैंडिडेट्स का भी अनाउंसमेंट किया है। तो हमको उम्मीद है कि गुजरात की जनता में इंशाल्लाह इस चुनाव में हम लोग कामयाब होंगे। हमारे विधायक मुंतखब होंगे गुजरात की जनता की दुआओं से और उनके वोटों से।
Thank you very much, Mr. Owaisi. Good to talk to you and all the very best.
तुसे सभी लोकांनो मेरा प्रणाम। साथियों, मुझे कुछ दिन पहले ही मंडी आना था, लेकिन मौसम अचानक खराब हो गया था। बारिश इतनी तेज थी, लेकिन लोग मैदान में डटे हुए थे। तब मैंने हिमाचल की युवा शक्ति को, आपको वर्चुअली टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से संबोधित किया था। लेकिन उसी समय मैंने मन में ठान लिया था, मैंने संकल्प लिया था कि जब भी हिमाचल में चुनावी रैलियां शुरू होगी, सबसे पहले मैं मंडी जाऊंगा और आप लोगों से क्षमा मांगूंगा। मंडी के लोगों ने, हिमाचल के लोगों ने इतना कष्ट उठाया, मैं पहुंच नहीं पाया। उसकी पीड़ा मेरे मन में हमेशा रहेगी। लेकिन आज मुझे उतना ही अच्छा भी लग रहा है, क्योंकि आज हिमाचल की मेरी पहली सभा मंडी से ही हो रही है, सुंदरनगर में हो रही है। और यहां इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आप लोग होंगे। हमारी माताएं, बहनें, बेटियां हम सबको आशीर्वाद देने आई हैं। और मैं हेलीपैड से यहां आ रहा था, पूरे रास्ते भर जो प्यार, जो उमंग, जो आशीर्वाद देखते ही बनता था। हम सब आपके बहुत बहुत आभारी हैं। साथियों, ये देवभूमि से मेरा नाता इतना निकट रहा है कि आज सुंदरनगर में भी मैं पहले भी बहुत बार आना होता था। मैंने निहरी की चढ़ाई भी चढ़ी है और सराज, कुल्लू, किन्नौर, चंबा और कांगड़ा के दुर्गम क्षेत्र भी पैदल नापे हैं। दोस्तों, यहां के रास्ते, ये सुंदरनगर की इतनी सुंदर बीबीएमबी झील, उसे कोई कैसे भूल सकता है। और जब मैं मंडी शहर की और फिर यहां से जब जाता था, तो अक्सर यहां रास्ते में चाय पीना, यहां की दुकानों से लोगों से गप्पे मार रहा, ये मेरा एक प्रकार से क्रम बन गया था। तब न मैंने सोचा था कि एक दिन हिमाचल प्रदेश की देश की सेवा का मौका मिलेगा, आप सबके आशीर्वाद से मिलेगा और सुंदरनगर के मेरे पुराने सभी साथी, उनको भी वो पुरानी बातें याद करते होंगे तो आश्चर्य होता होगा। हम लोग घंटों घंटों गप्पे लड़ाया करते थे, हंसी मजाक किया करते थे। हमारे ठाकुर गंगा सिंह जी, हमारे दिलेराम जी, हमारे दामोदर दास जी, ऐसे अनेक संयोजन में भी मैंने बहुत कुछ सीखा। मुझे कुछ समय पहले ही यहां सुंदरनगर के होनहार सपूत बॉक्सर आशीष चौधरी से भी याद है, उनसे बातचीत करने का मौका मिला था। टोक्यो ओलंपिक जाने से पहले जब वो स्पेन में ट्रेनिंग ले रहे थे, तब मेरी उनसे बात हुई थी। पिता की मृत्यु के बाद जिस तरह का हौसला भाई आशीष ने दिखाया, वो सब लोग नहीं दिखा पाते। सुंदरनगर के लोगों की यही बात पूरे हिमाचल की पहचान है, ये पहाड़ी लोगों की पहचान है। साथियों, मैं आज सुबह जब दिल्ली से निकला, आप लोगों के पास आ रहा था, तभी मुझे स्वतंत्र भारत के पहले मतदाता और कल्पा किन्नौर के रहने वाले श्याम शरण नेगी जी के दुखद निधन की भी खबर मिली। 106 वर्षीय नेगी जी ने अपने जीवन में 30 से ज्यादा बार मतदान किया था। इतना ही नहीं, अभी 2 दिन पहले 2 नवंबर को ही ये जो विधानसभा चुनाव हो रहे हैं, उसके लिए भी उन्होंने पोस्टल बैलेट के माध्यम से वोट दिया था। जाने से पहले भी उन्होंने मतदान करके अपना कर्तव्य निभाया। ये बात हर देशवासी को, खास करके मेरे युवा मतदाताओं को, हर नागरिक को सदा सर्वदा प्रेरित करती रहेगी। मैं बहुत ही भावुक मन से परमादरणीय श्याम शरण नेगी जी को सर झुका करके श्रद्धांजलि देता हूं। उनके परिजनों के प्रति अपनी संवेदनाएं व्यक्त करता हूं। साथियों, इस बार का हिमाचल चुनाव बहुत खास है। खास इसलिए क्योंकि इस बार 12 नवंबर को जो वोट पड़ेंगे, वो वोट सिर्फ आने वाले 5 वर्ष के लिए नहीं है। इस बार 12 नवंबर को पड़ने वाला एक एक वोट हिमाचल के अगले 25 साल की विकास यात्रा तय करेगा। कुछ महीने पहले ही हिमाचल की स्थापना के 75 वर्ष हुए हैं। कुछ सप्ताह पहले ही भारत ने भी अपनी आजादी के 75 वर्ष पूरे किए हैं। जब भारत अपनी आजादी के 100 साल मनाएगा, उसी के आसपास हिमाचल भी अपनी स्थापना के 100 साल पूरे करेगा। इसलिए अगले 25 साल का ये कालखंड बहुत ही अहम कालखंड है। अमृतकाल के इन वर्षों में हिमाचल में तेज विकास जरूरी है, स्थिर सरकार जरूरी है। मुझे खुशी है कि हिमाचल के लोग, यहां के युवा, यहां की माताएं बहनें इस बात को अच्छी तरह समझ रही है। वो जानते हैं भाजपा यानी स्थिरता, भाजपा यानी सेवा भाव, भाजपा यानी समभाव, भाजपा यानी नीतियों में स्थायी भाव और भाजपा यानी विकास को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता। इसलिए इस विधानसभा चुनाव में हिमाचल के लोग भाजपा सरकार की जोरदार वापसी की ठान चुके हैं और फौजियों की ये धरती, वीर माताओं की ये धरती जब कुछ संकल्प ले लेती है तो उसे सिद्ध करके ही दिखाती है। भाइयों और बहनों, आजादी के बाद कांग्रेस ने बहुत लंबे समय तक हिमाचल प्रदेश पर शासन किया है। कांग्रेस के लिए सरकार में आना, सरकार में रहना राजपाट चलाने जैसा ही रहा है। हिमाचल में पहाड़ी राज्यों में तो कांग्रेस दशकों तक तरसाओ, लटकाओ, भटकाओ, यही उनकी रीति थी, यही उनकी नीति थी। कांग्रेस ने हमेशा यही सोचा कि इतना छोटा राज्य, 3-4 सांसद आते हैं, देश की राजनीति में क्या फर्क पड़ता है? इतने छोटे राज्य की हैसियत क्या है? अरे होता है, चलता है, करो न करो कौन पूछता है भाई। बड़े बड़े राज्य होंगे, ज्यादा एमपी होंगे, उसकी तो आवाभगत होगी, हिमाचल की क्यों होगी? इसी सोच की वजह से कांग्रेस ने हिमाचल के विकास को कभी भी प्राथमिकता नहीं दी। इसी वजह से हिमाचल लगातार पीछे होता चला गया। बीच बीच में आपने यहां भाजपा की सरकारें बनाई तो कुछ काम आगे बढ़ा और सद्भाग्य ये रहा कि पहले अटल जी थे, यहां धूमल जी थे। अब मुझे सेवा का मौका दिया, मैं हिमाचल को मैं भी अपना घर मानता हूं और इधर आपने जयराम जी को दे दिया। लेकिन उन दिनों को याद रखिए जब दिल्ली में भाजपा का सरकार थी, हिमाचल में भाजपा सरकार थी, काम तेजी से चल रहे थे। लेकिन जैसा ही 5 इसके 5 उसके 5 इसके 5 उसके ये वाले चक्कर में पड़ गए और जैसे ही कांग्रेस वाले वापस आए सारे काम ठप कर दिए, वो अपनी कटकी ढूंढने में लग गए। इस वजह से हिमाचल विकास की ऊंचाई पर नहीं पहुंच पाया जिस पर पहुंचने का हिमाचल का हक था, हिमाचल के लोगों की आवश्यकता थी। साथियों, मैं आपसे एक चीज जानना चाहता हूं। जरा आप सोचिए, अपनी रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी के अनुभव से सोचिए। अगर घर में कोई बीमार होता है और फिर किसी एक अच्छे डॉक्टर से दवाई लेता है, लेकिन हफ्ते भर दवाई लेता है, फिर कोई आ जाता है, अरे रे रे ये अंग्रेजी दवाई क्यों लेते हो, आयुर्वेद ले लो। तो इसको भी लगता है यार अब हफ्ते भर तो अंग्रेजी दवा खाई, चलो अब आयुर्वेद करते हैं। तो एक सप्ताह अंग्रेजी खाई, छोड़ दी, फिर दूसरा सप्ताह आयुर्वेद पे चढ़ गए और फिर दूसरे सप्ताह आयुर्वेद खाई। इतने में कोई आ गया, अरे भाई ये आयुर्वेद क्यों खाते हो, क्या फायदा है, ऐसा करो होम्योपैथी ले लो। तो तीसरे हफ्ते होम्योपैथी ले लिया। अब मुझे बताइए, एक हफ्ते एक दवाई, दूसरे हफ्ते दूसरी दवाई, तीसरे हफ्ते तीसरी दवाई, चौथे हफ्ते चौथी दवाई, क्या मरीज ठीक होगा क्या? मुझे बताइए, बीमारी जाएगी क्या? जाएगी क्या? भाई बीमारी है तो एक दवाई को पकड़ के लंबे समय तक जरा एक बार देख लें, तब फायदा होता है कि नहीं होता है? भाइयों बहनों, इतनी जल्दी जल्दी दवाइयां बदलने से बीमारी जाती नहीं है। आप दवा का एक डोज ले, फिर दूसरा डोज, फिर तीसरा डोज, कभी किसी को फायदा नहीं होता है। और इसलिए मेरे भाइयों बहनों, हिमाचल ने अब तक ऐसी ही गलती होती रही है और उसका परिणाम ये आया है कि यहां जो मुसीबतें हैं, इसके लिए किसी ने अपनी जिम्मेवारी नहीं ली। आपकी जो तकलीफें हैं, जो मुसीबतों से आपको जिंदगी गुजारनी पड़ रही है, उसकी जो आकर के शिमला में बैठे, उन्होंने जिम्मेवारियां नहीं ली। और उनको भी पता था कि अब 5 साल आए हैं, क्या करना है भाई, क्या जरूरत है, 5 साल कितना ही काम करो, ये लोग तो 5 साल के बाद दूसरे को लाने वाले हैं। तो वो सोचता है कुछ करना ही नहीं है। ये जो 5-5 वाला दिमाग में भरा दिया बदमाश लोगों ने, गलत सोचने वाले लोगों ने, उन्होंने आपका इतना नुकसान किया है कि आप किसी का जवाब ही नहीं मांगते हो। वो तो हाथ ऊपर कहते हम क्या करें भाई, आपने हमको मौका नहीं दिया, एक बार दिया, हम कुछ काम करें, उतने में तो आपने दूसरे को ला लिया। आप अगर सरकार से जवाब मांगना चाहते हैं, आप अगर सरकार से जवाबदेही चाहते हैं, आप उसको दोबारा मौका दीजिए ताकि उसको लगे कि हिमाचल की जनता अच्छे काम को आशीर्वाद देती है, तो उसका काम करने का उत्साह डबल हो जाता है। इस बार हिमाचल करेगा ना, इस बार दोबारा लाने का निर्णय करेगा ना, ये पुरानी बातों को छोड़ेगा कि नहीं छोड़ेगा? और मेरे हिमाचल के भाइयों बहनों, आपने मुझे दिल्ली में बिठाया है, मैं आपके लिए कुछ करना चाहता हूं। पिछले 5 साल से कर रहा हूं, आगे भी करना चाहता हूं। मुझे सेवा का मौका दोगे ना? पक्का दोगे? और मैं आपको वादा करता हूं, इस धरती के बेटे के नाते मैं आपके लिए जितना कर सकता हूं, कभी पीछे नहीं रहूंगा भाई। लेकिन अगर यहां आपको ऐसे लोगों को बिठा दिया जो काम को आगे ही न बढ़ने दे, तो क्या होगा? मैं कितना ही दिल्ली से जोर लगाऊं, काम हो पाएगा क्या? रुकावटें आएगी कि नहीं आएगी? इसलिए भाइयों बहनों, यहां भाजपा की सरकार बनाइए ताकि मैं आपकी सेवा अच्छी तरह से कर सकूं। भाइयों बहनों, कांग्रेस ने अपने लंबे शासन में हिमाचल का जितना नुकसान किया है, उसकी भरपाई के लिए और फिर तेज गति से काम करने के लिए भाजपा को दोबारा जिताना, भाजपा को बार बार जिताना और दिल्ली की मोदी सरकार की भी भाजपा सरकार को पूरी मदद मिलती रहे, ये पक्का करने वाला ये चुनाव है। साथियों, कांग्रेस कैसे काम करती है इसका मैं आपको एक उदाहरण देता हूं। एक एक चीज याद रखिए, भूलना मत। 50 साल से ज्यादा हो गए जब कांग्रेस ने गरीबी हटाओ की बात कही थी। जब भी आओ गरीबी हटा के नारे लगाओ, गरीबी हटाओ नारे लगाओ, वादा करना, और लोग भी मानते थे हाँ यार गरीबी जाएगी। चुनाव होते गए, गरीबी हटाओ का नारा देकर कांग्रेस सरकार बनाती गई, लेकिन देश से गरीबी नहीं हटी। झूठे वायदे करना, झूठी गारंटी देना, ये कांग्रेस की पुरानी तरकीब रही है। आपको याद होगा, किसानों को कर्ज माफी के नाम पर कांग्रेस किस तरह झूठ बोलती रही, इसका गवाह भी पूरा देश रहा है। कांग्रेस की सच्चाई ये है कि 2012 में जिस घोषणा पत्र पर वो चुनाव जीते, मैं आज से 10 साल पहले की बात कर रहा हूं, उसमें आप निकाल करके देख लीजिए, 2012 में उनके जो वादे किए थे, जो उनके घोषणा पत्र में लिखा था, एक भी काम उन्होंने 2012 से 17 आपने उनको सर आंखों पर बिठाया, आपका एक भी काम उन्होंने किया नहीं, खोल करके देखा नहीं घोषणा पत्र उन्होंने। जबकि भाजपा की पहचान है कि जो हम कहते हैं उसे पूरा करने के लिए दिन रात खपा देते हैं। भाइयों बहनों, दिन रात खपा देते हैं। भाजपा जो संकल्प लेती है उसकी सिद्धि करके दिखाती है। भाजपा ने जम्मू कश्मीर से आर्टिकल 370 हटाने का संकल्प लिया था ना? पूरा किया कि नहीं किया? पूरा किया कि नहीं किया? भाजपा ने राम मंदिर बनाने का संकल्प लिया था, और वो निर्णय भी इसी हिमाचल की धरती में, पालमपुर में भाजपा की वर्किंग कमेटी में निर्णय किया गया था। भाइयों, इसी देवभूमि में निर्णय किया गया था। आज राम मंदिर बन रहा है कि नहीं बन रहा है? आप बताइए, बन रहा है कि नहीं बन रहा है? ऐसे नहीं, जरा जोरों से बोलिए, बन रहा है कि नहीं बन रहा है? वादा निभाया कि नहीं निभाया? वचन पूरा किया कि नहीं किया? साथियों, भाजपा के संकल्पों की सिद्धि का एक और उदाहरण, ये तो हमारी वीरों की भूमि है। हर परिवार फौजी परिवार है, हर घर हिंदुस्तान की सुरक्षा का किला है। अब देखिए, 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन एक ऐसा उदाहरण है, वो कांग्रेस को जानने समझने के लिए काफी है। कांग्रेस 40 साल से देश के फौजियों को हर चुनाव में वादा करती थी। आपके हिमाचल के मेरे फौजी परिवार बराबर याद होगा, हर बार वादा करते थे 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन बस आ जाएगा, चुनाव जिता दो, आ जाएगा चुनाव। कितनी सरकारें बनी, कितने ही प्रधानमंत्री आए, कितनी बार वादे करके गए, लेकिन इतने वर्षों तक केंद्र में कांग्रेस की सरकार रहने के बावजूद भी वे कभी भी 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन को लागू नहीं किया। और दिखावे के लिए बजट में मामूली 100, 200, 300 करोड़ रुपया डाल देते थे और लिख देते थे। लेकिन इससे होना नहीं था। ये आंख में धूल झोंकने की उनकी आदत, झूठे वादे करना, चुनाव जीतना फिर भूल जाना, यही उनका चरित्र। हिमाचल में हर बार वो झूठ बोलते रहे। देवभूमि में झूठ बोला है, देश की वीर माताओं के सामने झूठ बोला, देश के वीर जवानों के सामने झूठ बोला। भाइयों बहनों, मैं हिमाचल में आया था 2014 में, चुनाव में आपके वोट मांगने के लिए आया था। और मैंने हिमाचल में आकर के मैं कहा था, मैं जानता हूं मामला बहुत बड़े धन का है, धन खर्च करना पड़ेगा, तिजोरी खाली करनी पड़ेगी, लेकिन ये वादा मैं पूरा करूंगा। भाइयों बहनों, 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन का वादा हमने पूरा किया कि नहीं किया? किया कि नहीं किया? वादा 40 साल तक उन्होंने किया था, नहीं पूरा किया। हमने वादा किया 5 साल के भीतर पूरा कर दिया था। भाइयों, जुबान की कीमत होती है और लोकतंत्र में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जुबान जनता जनार्दन को समर्पित होती है, जनता जनार्दन के लिए संकल्पित होती है। भाइयों, 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन लागू होने की वजह से हमारे रिटायर्ड फौजी साथियों की जेब में, उनके परिवार के पास पहले जो पेंशन जाता था उससे अतिरिक्त और 60,000 करोड़ रुपया मेरे इन फौजी परिवारों के जेब में गए। भाइयों, 60,000 करोड़ रुपया बहुत बड़ी अमाउंट होती है। आप ध्यान दीजिए साथियों, क्या कांग्रेस सरकार होती तो ये 60,000 करोड़ रुपया मेरे फौजी परिवारों के घर में आते क्या? फौजी परिवारों के विधवाओं के घर में जाते क्या? भाइयों बहनों, कांग्रेस की सरकार होती तो आज भी 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन के नाम पर आप लोगों को ठगती रहती। साथियों, उनके वादे कभी सही नहीं निकले। इस चुनाव में भी वादे करने में पीछे नहीं हटेंगे, उन पे भरोसा मत करना। कांग्रेस का एक और इतिहास रहा है जिसकी बहुत चर्चा नहीं हुई है। आज के युवा तो ये भी नहीं जानते होंगे कि आजादी के बाद देश का पहला घोटाला कांग्रेस ने रक्षा क्षेत्र में ही किया था। तब से लेकर जब तक कांग्रेस की सरकार रही, तब तक उसने रक्षा सौदों में जमकर दलाली खाई, हजारों करोड़ के घोटाले किए। इसके साथ ही कांग्रेस ने एक और बात सुनिश्चित की। कांग्रेस कभी नहीं चाहती थी कि देश रक्षा साजो सामान के मामले में आत्मनिर्भर बने। वो सेना के लिए हर खरीद में कमीशन चाहती थी, अपने नेताओं की तिजोरी भरना चाहती थी। इस वजह से हमेशा हथियार खरीदने में देरी की गई। इसका नुकसान किसे हुआ? इसका सबसे बड़ा नुकसान हुआ हिमाचल की उस वीर माताओं को जिसने अपना बेटा मातृभूमि की रक्षा के लिए बॉर्डर पर लड़ने के लिए भेजा था। इसका सबसे बड़ा नुकसान हमारे हिमाचल की बहन बेटियों को हुआ। उन बहनों ने जिसने अपना भाई दुश्मन से मोर्चा लेने के लिए सीमा पर भेजा था। इसका नुकसान हिमाचल की हजारों महिलाओं ने उठाया, हजारों बच्चों ने उठाया। हथियारों में दलाली खाकर कांग्रेस ने कितनी ही जिंदगियों के साथ खिलवाड़ किया है। मैं हिमाचल की किसी माता, बहन, बेटी के साथ ये अन्याय नहीं होने दूंगा। इसलिए आज भारत आत्मनिर्भर होने का अभियान चला रहा है, अपने हथियार खुद बनाने पर जोर दे रहा है। साथियों, कांग्रेस देश की रक्षा की ही नहीं, बल्कि देश के विकास की भी हमेशा से विरोधी रही है। गुजरात में इतने साल मुख्यमंत्री रहते हुए मैंने इसे खुद महसूस किया है। जब 2014 में आपने मुझे सेवा का अवसर दिया तो मैं चाहता था कि हिमाचल में विकास की योजना तेजी से आगे बढ़े। मैं 2014 की बात कर रहा हूं। जब मैं दिल्ली में बैठा तो हिमाचल के साथ मेरा लगाव रहा था, हिमाचल ने मुझे बहुत प्यार दिया था, तो मुझे स्वाभाविक बैठते ही हिमाचल याद आना बहुत स्वाभाविक था। लेकिन भाइयों बहनों, उस समय यहां कांग्रेस की सरकार थी और मुझे आज भी याद है केंद्र सरकार की अनेकों योजनाओं को कैसे यहां की कांग्रेस सरकार ने लागू नहीं होने दिया, अड़ंगे डाले, रुकावटें डाली। उनके दिमाग में तो यही नशा था कि मोदी होता कौन है, ये दिल्ली सरकार होती कौन है, हमारी मर्जी क्या करे क्या ना करे, और मोदी की योजनाओं को लागू करेंगे तो ये हिमाचल के लोग तो मोदी को अपना नेता मानेंगे, हमें तो मानेंगे नहीं। इसी चिंता में दिल्ली से मैं योजना भेजता था, पैसे भेजता था, वे इसको अड़ंगे लगा करके बैठ जाते थे। मैं इसका एक उदाहरण देता हूं आपको। 2014 से और 2016 के बीच यहां कांग्रेस की सरकार थी और दिल्ली में आपने मुझे बिठाया था। हमने प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना शहरी के तहत घर बनाने की, जो शहर में लोग हैं जिनके पास अपने घर नहीं है, जैसे सुंदरनगर हो, मंडी हो, शिमला हो, कांगड़ा हो, जिनके पास घर नहीं है, भाई उनको घर होना चाहिए और ये पहाड़ों में ठंड में झुग्गी झोपड़ी में जिंदगी बसर करते हैं, उनको अच्छा पक्का छत वाला घर मिलना चाहिए। तो हमने प्रधानमंत्री शहरी घर बनाने की योजना के तहत हमने पैसे दिए। उनका काम था सिर्फ उन पैसों को खर्च करके लागू करना। 2014 से 17, ये मेरे पत्रकार मित्र भी आंखें फट जाएगी आपकी सुन करके, 2014 से 17 इतनी बड़ी सरकार, इतना बड़ा मेरा हिमाचल, ये मेरी वीर भूमि, वीर माताएं, कितने घर बने होंगे। 14 से 17 पैसे भारत सरकार दे रही थी, कितने घर बने होंगे आप अंदाज लगा सकते हो। मैं बोलूंगा तो आपको भी शर्म आएगी कि ऐसी सरकार यहां चलती थी कांग्रेस की। पूरे हिमाचल में सिर्फ 15 घर बने, 15। और जरा जोरों से बोलो। आप ध्यान दीजिए साथियों, सिर्फ 15 घर। और जैसे ही आप लोगों ने हिमाचल को डबल इंजन की सरकार दी, दिल्ली में मुझे और यहां पर जयराम जी को, तो जो योजना लगाने के लिए मैं 14 से लग रहा था, जिसको लटका करके बैठे थे, अटका करके बैठे थे, अड़ंगे लगा करके बैठे थे, उनको आपने हटाया, जयराम जी को बिठाया। कहां 15 घर, और हमने 10,000 घरों पर काम शुरू कर दिया। कितने भाई, कितने घर, कितने माताएं बहनें जरा बोलते कितने? उनके कितने थे? हमने कितनों पर काम शुरू किया? और मुझे आज संतोष से कहना है, जयराम जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को अभिनंदन करना है, इसमें से 8,000 से ज्यादा घर पूरे हो चुके हैं और बाकी पर काम चल रहा है, वो भी कुछ समय में पूरे हो जाएंगे। कहां 15 घर वाली कांग्रेस की सरकार और कहां 8,000 घरों को बनाने वाली डबल इंजन की सरकार। अब आप तय कीजिए कि आपको 15 घर बनाने वाली सरकार चाहिए कि 8,000 घर बनाने वाली सरकार चाहिए? कौन सी सरकार चाहिए? निर्णय आपको करना है दोस्तों। मैं कह रहा हूं इसलिए करो ये नहीं कहने आया हूं, मैं हिसाब देकर के कह रहा हूं कि हम आपके लिए काम करने वाले लोग हैं। यानी 2017 के बाद से भाजपा सरकार में हिमाचल के विकास ने अभूतपूर्व तेजी पकड़ी है। मैं आज भी ये सोचकर परेशान हो उठता हूं कि अगर 2017 में भी हिमाचल में कांग्रेस की सरकार आती, जयराम जी की सरकार ना आती, तो क्या होता दोस्तों? 15 के बजाय 25 घर बना लेते, 25 नहीं तो 50 बना लेते। साथियों, बीते 2-2.5 साल में दुनिया की इतनी बड़ी महामारी, हिमाचल लोगों ने भी इसका मुकाबला किया है। भाजपा की सरकार में हिमाचल ने देश में सबसे पहले 100% टीकाकरण का लक्ष्य हासिल किया। आप कल्पना करिए, अगर महामारी के समय भी यहां कांग्रेस होती तो क्या होता? कांग्रेस का तो इतिहास है कि उसने गंभीर से गंभीर बीमारी के टीकों के लिए भी देश के लोगों को बरसों बरसों तक इंतजार करवाया था। और हिमाचल में टीका लगवाने का मतलब सिर्फ एक नागरिक की जान से जुड़ा हुआ नहीं है। जब हिमाचल में सबको टीका लग गया तो बाहर से आने वाले टूरिस्टों को भरोसा हो गया कि हिमाचल सेफ है। फिर से टूरिज्म ने गति पकड़ना शुरू किया, यहां के लोगों की रोजी रोटी चल पड़ी। ये वैक्सीन की ताकत थी और ये जयराम जी और भाजपा सरकार की ताकत थी कि उन्होंने पूरे देश में हिमाचल को पहला, और मैं यहां के हमारे आशा वर्करों, हमारे आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर, हमारे गांव में काम करने वाले हेल्थ वर्कर, उनको आज नमन करता हूं कि उन्होंने पहाड़ों पर चल करके जाकर के बर्फीली जगह पर जाकर के भी वैक्सीनेशन का काम कर लिया और जिंदगी बचाने का काम कर लिया, और मुफ्त में, एक पैसा नहीं लिया किसी भाइयों बहनों। कोरोना के समय में अगर हिमाचल में कांग्रेस होती तो हिमाचल में सबसे अंत में टीके पहुंचते, क्योंकि 4 सीट वाले हैं, क्या लेना देना। दूर दराज वाले क्षेत्र तो आज भी कोरोना वैक्सीन का इंतजार कर रहे होते भाइयों। 100 साल की सबसे बड़ी आपदा में ये डबल इंजन की सरकार आज भी हिमाचल के गरीबों को, लाखों गरीब परिवारों को मुफ्त राशन दे रही है। मुफ्त राशन मिल रहा है ना। ये मेरी माताएं बहनें मुझे आशीर्वाद हमेशा देती हैं कि दिल्ली में एक उनका बेटा बैठा है जिसने हमारे घर के चूल्हे को कभी बुझने नहीं दिया। दिल्ली में एक ऐसा बेटा बैठा है जिसने कभी हमारे घर के चूल्हे को बुझने नहीं दिया। कोई रात ऐसी नहीं थी जब बच्चों को भूखे सोना पड़े, क्योंकि दिल्ली में एक बेटा बैठा था जो जागता था कि मेरा बेटा खा करके सो जाए। और इसलिए भाई, कांग्रेस की सरकार होती तो गरीब का राशन लूट जाता दोस्तों। गरीब की रसोई तक नहीं पहुंच पाता। साथियों, 2017 में कांग्रेस की सरकार ना बनाकर भाजपा को सेवा का मौका देकर हिमाचल के लोगों ने इस देश भूमि की रक्षा करने का काम किया है। अगर हिमाचल के लोगों ने भाजपा को सेवा का मौका नहीं दिया होता तो आज 9 लाख नए घरों में नल से जल नहीं पहुंचता। भाइयों, अगर हिमाचल के लोगों ने हमें सेवा का मौका नहीं दिया होता तो यहां की लाखों रसोइयों में उज्ज्वला का सिलेंडर नहीं पहुंचता। अगर हिमाचल के लोगों ने भाजपा को सेवा का मौका नहीं दिया होता तो आयुष्मान योजना और हिम केयर योजना के तहत 4 लाख लोगों को मुफ्त इलाज नहीं मिलता। अगर यहां 2017 में भाजपा सरकार नहीं बनती तो अटल टनल का काम शायद वहीं अटका लटका पड़ा होता, वो काम कभी पूरा नहीं होता। साथियों, आज अटल टनल से हमारी योजनाओं को भी फायदा हो रहा है। लाहौल स्पीति के मेरे भाई बहनों को आजादी के बाद पहली बार जीवन का उनका सुख का समय आया है। ये काम हमने किया है और इसे आप हमेशा याद रखिए। ये सब किसने किया? ये सारा काम किसने किया? ये काम किसने किया? ये काम के जरा जोर से बताइए, किसने किया? ये काम किसने किया? आपका जवाब गलत है। आपका जवाब गलत है। ये मोदी जी ने नहीं किया है, ये जयराम जी ने नहीं किया है, ये तो आपके एक वोट ने किया है। ये आपके वोट की ताकत है, इसलिए हुआ है। वोट सही जगह पर डाला तो इतने सारे काम किए। इस बार भी आपका वोट सही होगा, आगे भी इससे भी बढ़िया काम होंगे। भाइयों बहनों, हिमाचल के लोगों का एक वोट आज हिमाचल में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम तेजी से करा रहा है। यहां रेल रोड का नेटवर्क बनवा रहा है। आप सोचिए, यहां से चंडीगढ़ से मनाली हाईवे को बने कितने साल हो गए थे। इसका चौड़ीकरण हो, इसकी याद कांग्रेस को अपने 10 साल के शासन में नहीं आई। अब हिमाचल के लोगों के एक वोट के कारण इस मार्ग पर 4 लेन का ऐसा नेशनल हाईवे बन रहा है जो आपके टूरिज्म को बहुत बड़ी ताकत देने वाला है। हमारी सरकार पठानकोट से मंडी जाने वाले नेशनल हाईवे को भी आधुनिक बनाने पर 9,000 करोड़ रुपए खर्च कर रही है। भाइयों बहनों, पिछली कांग्रेस सरकार के समय गांव में जितनी सड़कें बनवाई गई थी, हमारी सरकार ने उससे 2 गुनी सड़कें बनाकर दिखा के दिया है आपको। भाइयों, डबल तेजी से काम, डबल इंजन की सरकार की पहचान है। 8 दिसंबर को नतीजे आने के बाद हिमाचल के विकास में और तेजी लाई जाएगी। भाजपा की सरकार ने आगे के रोड मैप पर काम करना शुरू कर दिया है। हिमाचल के बॉर्डर पर बने गांवों में विकास के लिए, वहां कनेक्टिविटी और टूरिज्म बढ़ाने के लिए वाइब्रेंट बॉर्डर विलेज योजना शुरू की जा चुकी है। हिमाचल में कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ाने के लिए रोपवे से प्रमुख स्थानों को जोड़ने के लिए हमने पर्वतमाला योजना चलाई जा रहा शुरू की है। यहां डबल इंजन की सरकार की वापसी के बाद ऐसे विकास कार्यों में और तेजी लाई जाएगी। बस आपको एक बात याद रखनी है, हर बूथ पर कमल का फूल ही भाजपा का उम्मीदवार है। याद रहेगा ना, हमारा उम्मीदवार सिर्फ कमल का फूल ही है। जहां कमल का फूल दिखे वो ही भाजपा का उम्मीदवार है। कमल के फूल पर पड़ा हर वोट मुझे ताकत देगा, हिमाचल के इस बेटे को दिल्ली में बड़ी ताकत देगा। मंडी को, कुल्लू को, रामपुर को, किन्नौर को लाहौल स्पीति को ताकत देगा। मैं विशेष रूप से इतनी बड़ी तादाद में आई माताओं बहनों कहूंगा कि माताएं बहनें अधिक से अधिक संख्या में इस बार वोट करने के लिए लोगों को प्रेरित करें। आप भी ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट करिए। महिलाओं के वोटिंग के सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दीजिए भाइयों बहनों। आपको जुलूस निकाल करके गीत गाते मतदान मथकों पर पहुंचना है। और जितनी भी बातें मैंने बताई है, एक काम करोगे, मेरा एक काम करोगे, जरा जोर से बताओ तो पता चलेगा। करोगे? घर घर जाओगे, मेरी बात लोगों को बताओगे, जो मैं कह के रहा हूं समझाओगे। और जहां भी जिस घर में जाएंगे ना, तो मेरी तरफ से एक बात कहना कि अपने मोदी जी आए थे मिलने के लिए। समय के कारण सबको तो नहीं मिल पाए, लेकिन मोदी जी ने आपको प्रणाम कहा है। इतना कह देंगे? इतना कह देंगे? कह देंगे भाइयों? बस मेरा प्रणाम पहुंचा दीजिए। हम मिलकर हिमाचल को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, नया रिवाज बनाएंगे, भाजपा को वापस लाएंगे। मेरे साथ जोर से बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। जो उम्मीदवार है उनसे मेरी प्रार्थना है, जरा आगे आ जाए। उम्मीदवार जो है, जितने उम्मीदवार है वो जरा आगे आ जाए। हाँ, जोर से बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। मैं जरा आपके बीच में आता हूं, मेरे लिए जगह रखिए।
All right, viewers, the Prime Minister addressing a rally in Himachal Pradesh. Many points being made there where he said that Himachal did not matter to the Congress. Taking a short break, much more coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leaders' murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal elections. Prime Minister likely to highlight the need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity of the state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated to a severe category as the recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5 till pollution situation improves, and official advised people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary. Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivkumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. Tenth India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed. And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leaders' murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mention of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sudhir.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जब संवैधानिक पद पर कोई व्यक्ति बैठा होता है, वो चिट्ठी लिखता है तो उसको लव लेटर बताते हैं, और इस कट्टर बेईमान पापी आपके नेता महाठग अरविंद केजरीवाल को समझाने के लिए यह कहना गलत नहीं होगा कि जो ठग सुकेश चंद्रशेखर का दूसरा लव लेटर अरविंद केजरीवाल की महाठगी, उगाही, जालसाजी और फर्जीवाड़े को उजागर करता है, तो पूरे देश की जनता कुछ सवाल पूछ रही है जो हम यहां से उठाएंगे। देखिए, ये पत्र जो हम लेके आए हैं, ये मीडिया में भी सर्कुलेट हो रहा है। अरविंद केजरीवाल के पाप, उनके कुकर्म अब उजागर हो गए हैं, और क्या मुख्य बिंदु हैं जो तथ्य सामने आए हैं वो मैं आपके समक्ष रख दूं। सबसे पहले तो इससे पहले भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने प्रेस वार्ता करके जो पहला लव लेटर था उसमें भी यह बात आई थी किस तरह से 50 करोड़ रुपए 50 करोड़ रुपए ठग से लेते हैं महाठग अरविंद केजरीवाल, और ऐसे व्यक्तियों को जिन पे कई क्रिमिनल मुकदमे चल रहे हैं उनको राज्यसभा भेजने की बात करते हैं। आज पुनः इस चिट्ठी में यह बात सामने आ गई है। 3 लोगों का रोल इसमें स्पष्ट हो जाता है। पहला है महाठग, किंग पिन, सरगना जो है अरविंद केजरीवाल। उनका जो रिश्ता है ठगों से वो ऐसा है कि 2 जिस्म एक जान, और ये रिश्ता केवल इनकमिंग का नहीं है कि इनकमिंग कॉल आ गई, ये रिश्ता आउटगोइंग कॉल का भी है। ठग तुम कहां हो, महाठग को कुछ काला धन दिया नहीं और आके दे दो, क्योंकि यह पत्र आरोप लगाता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल 50 करोड़ रुपया लेते हैं, और तथ्य इतने ज्यादा चौंकाने वाले हैं कि जगह बताते हुए जो मंत्री हैं ठग नंबर 2 कैलाश गहलोत के फार्म पे असोला में यह आदान प्रदान होता है काले धन का। तीसरे ठग सतेंद्र जैन, उनका भी जिक्र आता है और कहा जाता है कि 2019 में 10 करोड़ रुपए सतेंद्र जैन को दिए। और मत भूलिएगा, ये वो सतेंद्र जैन है जिनको कट्टर ईमानदार अरविंद केजरीवाल बता रहे थे। अरविंद केजरीवाल खुद कट्टर बेईमान महाठग, उनके दूसरे ठग कट्टर बेईमान 5 महीने से जेल की सलाखों के पीछे है, बेल नहीं हुई है। तो महाठग अरविंद केजरीवाल, एक ठग सतेंद्र जैन और तीसरे ठग कैलाश गहलोत। ये वही कैलाश गहलोत हैं जो डीटीसी, जो लो फ्लोर बसेस का घोटाला है, नाम आता है। रिश्ता देखिए कितना मजबूत है ठगों के साथ। भ्रष्टाचारी पापी आपके नेता अरविंद केजरीवाल, इस पत्र में यह लिखा है कि एक पार्टी दी ठग ने, तो उस पार्टी में अरविंद केजरीवाल जी पहुंच गए। ये सवाल जनता पूछ रही है, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जिसके ऊपर आपराधिक मुकदमे चल रहे हैं, उसकी पार्टी में आप जाते हैं, यह तथ्य रखा जाता है। आपकी तरफ से इसका खंडन अभी तक नहीं हुआ। अरविंद केजरीवाल को कोई परेशानी नहीं है, केवल गुलाबी गड्डियां मिलती रहें। एक बात और सामने आती है, निवेश, दिल्ली का विकास, पंजाब का विकास, इंडस्ट्री, इसमें रुचि नहीं है महाठग अरविंद केजरीवाल की। इनकी रुचि यह है कि जो ठगी है इसको एक इंडस्ट्री के पैमाने पे पहुंचा दो, क्योंकि ये ठग सुकेश चंद्रशेखर से कहते हैं तुमने 50 करोड़ दिया है, अपने जैसे 20-30 और व्यापारी इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट लाओ और 500-600 करोड़ रुपए का तुम्हारा टारगेट है। 500-600 करोड़ से कम में तो कट्टर ईमानदार का सर्टिफिकेट मैं देता नहीं हूं। अब यह बात जब आती है, आप सोचिए एक मुख्यमंत्री वो ठगों से मिलके कहता है कि पूरे ठग सब लोग जुड़ जाओ, इसे इंडस्ट्री बना दो। इतनी बेईमानी, इतना पाप, इतना भ्रष्टाचार, इतनी उगाही कर डालो, हर जगह मेरे पास गुलाबी गड्डियां हों। ये सवाल जो हमने पूछे हैं, इसके साथ एक और जो बड़ी बात आई, जैसा मैंने कहा कि ये रिश्ता केवल इनकमिंग नहीं था कि सत्येंद्र जैन ठग सुकेश चंद्रशेखर से कनेक्ट कर देते हैं, आउटगोइंग भी था। इस पत्र में यह तथ्य आया है कि बीच बीच में अरविंद केजरीवाल जी इस ठग को फोन करते थे और कहते थे जो हमारी बात हुई है उसके अनुसार आप ये जो व्यापारी हैं, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट हैं, इनको जोड़ के रुपया क्यों नहीं जमा करा रहे। ये सारे जो गंभीर आरोप हैं, ये बिल्कुल स्पष्ट एक ही बात बताते हैं, ऐसा कोई सगा नहीं जिसे महाठग केजरीवाल ने ठगा नहीं। गुरु अन्ना हजारे को, जनता को ठगा, बात करते थे दिल्ली की हवाओं को स्वच्छ बनाएंगे, हमने देखा है क्या हाल है। बात करते थे कि बच्चों को पढ़ाएंगे तो बच्चों को ठगा, टॉयलेट के अंदर कहते हैं क्लासरूम है। किसानों को ठगा, केंद्र सरकार ने पंजाब की मदद करी, जो 1350 करोड़ रुपया दिया उसका इस्तेमाल नहीं किया। 1,20,000 मशीन रही वहां पे, उसका इस्तेमाल नहीं किया। 12,000 मशीन गायब हो गई, उनको ठगा। दिल्ली की महिलाओं को कहते थे दिल्ली 15 लाख सीसीटीवी कैमरा लगाऊंगा, वो भी ठगा। तो मैं केवल इतना कहूंगा कि केजरीवाल ठगी सेंटर में मसाज भी हो रहा है, उगाही भी हो रही है, भ्रष्टाचार तो करते ही हैं। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की ये बहुत बड़ी एक जिम्मेदारी है कि ये जो सवाल हम उठा रहे हैं, अरविंद केजरीवाल को पता चलना चाहिए, केवल दिल्ली की नहीं पूरे भारत की जनता ये सवाल पूछ रही है, और इनका उत्तर अगर आप 24 घंटे में दे पाएं तो ये माना जाएगा कि आपके पास कोई उत्तर है। अगर नहीं दे पाते हैं तो ये बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हो जाएगा कि आप महाठग, कट्टर बेईमान और सबसे बड़े भ्रष्टाचारी भारतीय राजनीति के हैं। ये कुछ बिंदुओं पे मैंने अपना मत रखा। मैं श्री गौतम गंभीर जी से ये निवेदन करूंगा कि वो भी इस विषय पे अपने विचार रखें।
शुक्रिया गौरव जी। देखिए, वैसे क्या कमाल की चीज़ है कि आज दिल्ली की जनता को यह बताना ज़रूरी है कि सबसे बड़ा ठग वो नहीं कि जो जेल में बैठे, वो जो आम आदमी पार्टी के लिबास में तुगलक बन के दिल्ली की कुर्सी पे बैठ के पूरी दिल्ली और देश की जनता को ठग रहा है। और उससे भी बड़ी चीज़, आप किसी से 50 करोड़ रुपए मांगते हो किस चीज़ के लिए? राज्यसभा के लिए। आप राज्यसभा में एक ऐसे ठग को पहुंचाना चाहते हो। दिल्ली तो आपने गंदी कर ही दी है, अब आप राज्यसभा को भी उतना ही गंदा करना चाहते हो। ना दिल्ली में साफ पानी पीने लायक, ना साफ हवा में जीने लायक। उससे भी बड़ी चीज़ कि एक ठग जो जेल में बैठा है वो दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री को ये कह रहा है कि मैं आपके खिलाफ डेफेमेशन केस करूंगा। तो आप सोच सकते हैं कि क्या हालत है आम आदमी पार्टी की, और उससे भी ज्यादा ये जो तुगलक बन के पूरे देश को ठग रहा है। तो इसलिए मेरा मानना है कि ये आप सबकी जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि आप हमसे बहुत सवाल पूछते हैं। पिछले 3 साल में मुझसे भी बहुत सवाल पूछे गए दिल्ली को लेके। एक बार सवाल ये दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री जी से भी जरूर पूछना कि पिछले 8 साल में जो बड़े बड़े प्रॉमिस किए थे, जो आज आपने हालत करी है दिल्ली की, इसके पीछे किसकी जिम्मेदारी है? तो सिर्फ इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा कि आज आप यहां पर आए हैं, इसका दिल से धन्यवाद। आपने हम सबको सुना है, इसका भी दिल से धन्यवाद। वैसे गौरव जी ने सारे पॉइंट बोल ही दिए, लेकिन अब सवाल दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री के ऊपर जाता है कि जो अपने आप को बेचारा कहते हैं, वो पिछले 8 साल से ये जो विक्टिम कार्ड, बेचारापन, मेरे अगेंस्ट ये बोला जाता है, मेरे अगेंस्ट ये किया जाता है, अब बाहर आए और दिल्ली और देश की जनता को बताएं कि इसमें क्या सच है और क्या गलत है। कि 50-50 करोड़ रुपए लेते हो, उसके बाद आप किसी को कहते हो कि 500 करोड़ रुपए इकट्ठे करो जिससे हम तमिलनाडु के विधायकों को खरीद सकें। तो शर्म की बात है कि ऐसा एक व्यक्ति पिछले 8 साल से दिल्ली की कुर्सी पे बैठा है। धन्यवाद।
प्लीज। Arvind Kejriwal today is the most corrupt politician of India. He has no credibility left. And not just the Bharatiya Janata Party, but the people of our country have stopped taking him seriously for his words. और इस चिट्ठी में जो बात अभी गौतम जी ने भी उठाई, आपको याद होगा किस तरह से झूठ, फरेब, धोखे की राजनीति जो अरविंद केजरीवाल करते हैं। छाती पीट पीट के कह रहे थे हमारी पार्टी को तोड़ने का प्रयास हो रहा है, लेकिन इस पत्र से जो निकल के आया है, कहीं ना कहीं इसके सबसे बड़े विशेषज्ञ कोई हैं जो 500 करोड़ की उगाही करके दूसरी पार्टियों को तोड़ने का प्रयास करते हैं। यह बात तो अब सबके सामने आ गई है। तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जो कह रहे थे, असलियत यह है कि दूसरे प्रदेशों में वो ही करने का प्रयास कर रहे थे, और ये हम नहीं कह रहे। ये महाठग जो गुरु हैं ठग के, महाठग अरविंद केजरीवाल के लिए उनके शिष्य सुकेश चंद्रशेखर कह रहे हैं। देखिए, धन्यवाद इस प्रश्न के लिए। सबसे पहले तो जांच हर प्रकरण की हो रही है। और आप जब कहते हैं कि इनके खिलाफ जांच क्यों नहीं हो रही, तो इस मंच से बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से हम एक बात जरूर कह सकते हैं, मनीष सिसोदिया अगर एक्यूज नंबर 1 है, सत्येंद्र जैन अगर 5 महीने से जेल की सलाखों के पीछे हैं, अरविंद केजरीवाल महाठग महाभ्रष्टाचारी कानून से ऊपर नहीं है। और वो समय भी आएगा जब जुड़ जाएंगी सारी कड़ियां और लग जाएंगी इनको हथकड़ियां। ये चप्पे चप्पे पर अरविंद केजरीवाल का भ्रष्टाचार, पाप और ठगी आज दिखाई दे रही है। वो समय दूर नहीं है कि कानूनी प्रक्रिया के तहत और जनता भी इनको इनका उचित स्थान दिखाए, और इनका उचित स्थान केवल वही है जहां ये जेल मंत्री के साथ मसाज करवा रहे थे। एक एक प्लीज, वन बाय वन। देखिए, एक्यूज नंबर 1 है वो, पहली बात। दूसरी बात, उनको आज 2 महीने का समय मिल चुका है। कोई आरोप अगर उन्हें लगता है कि जिसके तथ्य गलत हैं, राजनीतिक द्वेष से कोई मामला लिखा गया है उनके खिलाफ, तो वो न्यायालय क्यों नहीं गए?
Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated to a severe category as the recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5 till pollution situation improves, and official advised people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary. Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivkumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. Tenth India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed. And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leader's murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation.
Viewers, some more updates coming in right now. The Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia has tweeted and claimed that his PA's residence has been raided and he has been arrested. Sisodia has accused BJP of vendetta, fearing defeat in elections. All right, so this is the tweet. This is the tweet which is on air right now for our viewers. It's on your screens, viewers, right now. This is a fresh tweet by Manish Sisodia, where he has made a couple of claims. As per the tweet, he has said that they raided my house, filing a false FIR, searched for bank lockers, checked my village, but nothing was found against me anywhere. Today, they raided my PA's house and did not find anything there. So now they have arrested him and taken him away. BJP, so much fear of defeat in election. Piyush Suri is joining us right now. Piyush, now there has been no official word coming in by the ED on the claims made by Manish Sisodia, Piyush, is it?
So yes, you rightly said, Shivangi, that there has been no official word as of now by the Enforcement Directorate on the raids and perhaps the possible detention of PA of Manish Sisodia. But Manish Sisodia has made no comms. He has not held back, and he has tweeted saying that his PA has been raided and has been subsequently arrested. Now, this is another massive twist which has come in the Delhi excise liquor scam, which has already seen a lot of arrests, which has already seen a lot of investigations, which has also seen Manish Sisodia being summoned and raided. So, if we felt that this was it, no, it's not. There are going to be a lot of twists and turns that are expected in the Delhi excise liquor scam. And with the possible detention or subsequent arrest of the PA of Manish Sisodia, the shackles of Enforcement Directorate and CBI on Manish Sisodia has still not ended. Yes, back to the studio.
And Piyush, now as Manish Sisodia is making fresh claims, we also saw a press conference from the BJP a short while back where they were speaking about conman Sukesh's fresh salvo against Kejriwal. Kejriwal received 50 crores from me, attended my party. So we are seeing a lot of to and fro and a fresh face-off right now coming out today between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Piyush.
So controversies and corruption and lack of integrity allegations on Aam Aadmi Party is just not ending. After this Delhi excise liquor scam, now Aam Aadmi Party leaders and most possibly Arvind Kejriwal is also being linked to conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. How much of this is really going to affect Aam Aadmi Party's integrity, of which it has often made tall claims of, is going to be interesting to see. We are going to keep you updated of all the possible corruption updates in which Aam Aadmi Party is reportedly being made involved. That involves its links with conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar and now also the possible arrest of PA of Manish Sisodia. Stay tuned to Republic Media Network as we see you on the other side of the break.
Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivkumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. Tenth India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed. And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leaders' murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mention of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal elections. Prime Minister likely to highlight the need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity of the state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery.
Viewers, we're live and breaking this Saturday afternoon. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Some more breaking news coming in from Maharashtra right now. Fire has broken out in Mumbai's Fashion Street in Churchgate. Before that, let's go to the BJP press conference, which is happening right now. Let's go ahead and see what the BJP is saying.
प्रदेश में गंगा जल हाथ में लेके कसम खाई थी किसानों का कर्जा माफ करेंगे, उन्होंने तो नहीं किया, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने किया। ये फर्क है। तो इन भ्रष्टाचारियों का काम ही केवल इस तरह के बयान देना है, लेकिन जनता इन पे विश्वास नहीं करती है। धन्यवाद। थैंक यू। This is the last question, please, because my colleague has to leave urgently. फिर से रिपीट कर दें।
एक काम
हाँ।
विपक्ष को परहेज क्यों है और इसकी कितनी जरूरत है देश में? क्या यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड ध्रुवीकरण?
All right, viewer, that was a BJP press conference right there where they have hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party. Let's go back to the breaking news we were talking about. This is coming from Maharashtra, where a fire has broken out in Mumbai's Fashion Street in Churchgate area. Fire tenders have been rushed to the spot. The road is temporarily closed for traffic till the situation is brought to order. As per reports coming in, some shops have been gutted in the fire. So far, no injuries have been reported in the incident. So those are the visuals coming in right now. Alicia is joining us as well. Alicia, the fire has broken out in Mumbai's Churchgate. We can see, heavy flames and smoke coming out as well. What are the details we're getting?
Well, yes, that was a fire that was broken in many shops in Fashion Street. So Fashion Street is being known as the famous clothing market. And the fire broke out at around 1 p.m. In the afternoon. And there was a fire brigade team which reached. We know that there were 4 fire engines and the jumbo tankers. We reached to the location, and specifically the first priority that was taken from the fire brigade team is to control the fire, but within half an hour the fire was extinguished and the cooling operation that was underway, and no injuries has been reported, but of course there is a loss of the material that was kept in the shop. And as I earlier mentioned that it was a level 1 fire that was reported in a series of shops. It was 4 to 5 shops that caught fire. The reason is yet to be we know that the cooling operation is still underway, and after which the administration will conduct an inquiry. What is the reason behind where the fire broke out, which 4 to 5 has gutted into the fire.
All right. Thank you so much, Alicia, for getting us all those details. A fire breaks out there in Mumbai. This is the area of Churchgate in Mumbai's Fashion Street. On that breaking update, let's take a short break. We will continue to be live in breaking this Saturday afternoon on Republic TV.
And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leaders' murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal elections. Prime Minister likely to highlight the need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity of the state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated to a severe category as the recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5 till pollution situation improves, and official advised people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary. Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivkumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. Tenth India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for watching Superfast 50 this Saturday afternoon on Republic TV. I'm Ankit Prasad and we are tracking a number of stories from the pole-bound states to Delhi, where the air pollution is completely out of control, and also in Amritsar, where the city is reeling from the shocking daylight murder yesterday. We'll get you all that and more, and we'll get you all caught up with 50 big stories. Let's begin. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, viewers, addressed a rally in Himachal Pradesh's Mandi today. He took on predecessor non-BJP governments and told the people that if they give him an opportunity in the hill state once again, he would amp up the various developmental efforts. Addressing the mega rally in Himachal Pradesh's Mandi, PM Modi took a dig at the Congress, saying that it did not care a jot for Himachal Pradesh in the years that it ruled in the state and at the centre. Taking another veiled swipe at the Congress, Prime Minister Modi, while addressing his mega rally in Himachal Pradesh's Mandi, said that the Saffron Party delivers on the promises that it makes to the people. He cited the example of the one rank, one pension scheme. Coming down heavily on the Congress, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while addressing his mega rally, said that the Vadra Congress hoodwinked veterans for over 4 decades. Also in his Himachal Pradesh mega rally, PM Modi raked up the Ram Mandir and Article 370's abrogation. The mega rally came ahead of the upcoming assembly elections, which results will be declared on December the 8th. The national capital continues to choke on toxic air. The average air quality stands at 431, with a layer of thick smog blanketing the national capital even today. As the Delhi NCR region continues to choke, the political blame game continues as well. BJP's Dushyant Kumar said that Delhi is now tantamount to a gas chamber, while Kejriwal is doing nothing to solve the problem. As the politics over pollution continues, Nitish Kumar, the Bihar Chief Minister, waded into the controversy. Hitting out at the AAP government, Nitish said that if Delhi's pollution is increasing, it will impact other states as well. A day after Shiv Sena leader Sudhir Suri's daylight murder, anger simmers in Amritsar. Suri's supporters staged a massive protest and demanded justice for him. A Pakistan-Khalistan ISI link has emerged in Shiv Sena leader Sudhir Suri's daylight murder in Amritsar. Pro-Khalistani ISI agent warned that more killings and a larger plot could be in the offing. The BJP will release its election manifesto for the Himachal Pradesh Assembly elections tomorrow. The party's national president JP Nadda and Chief Minister Jairam Thakur will be releasing the document in Shimla. A fire broke out in the iconic Fashion Street in South Mumbai, with copious amounts of smoke seen billowing out from afar. Fire tenders were rushed to the spot and the blaze was extinguished, with no casualties reported thus far. Jailed conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar has written an explosive and sensational new letter accusing the Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal of allegedly dealing with him for copious amounts of money for parliament seats. He mentioned Kejriwal also attended a party that he had hosted in 2016 and added warnings on future action that he'll be taking. The arrested accused in the shocking daylight murder of Shiv Sena leader Sudhir Suri in Amritsar yesterday has been remanded into police custody for 7 days. Following Shiv Sena leader Sudhir Suri's daylight murder and the chaos that resulted in Punjab's Amritsar, furious Hindu groups have demanded that the holy city be bandh today. 7 women died and 11 people were injured in a collision between a truck and an auto rickshaw in Karnataka's Bidar. The incident occurred near the Bemal Kheda village and the injured persons were shifted to Bidar hospital. A fire broke out at a plastic slippers and shoes manufacturing factory in Narela industrial area in Delhi. As many as 20 fire tenders were rushed to the spot. No casualties have been reported thus far. There is another Chinese spy vessel in the Indian Ocean. The Yuan Wang 6 entered the Indian Ocean south of the Andaman Island ahead of a planned Indian missile test in the Bay of Bengal. This is being viewed as a repeat of the Hanbantota episode when the Yuan Wang 5 had docked at the Sri Lankan port ahead of a similar missile exercise by India. In the 2008 Malegaon bomb blasts case, yet another witness has turned hostile, making him the second in just the last 2 days and the 29th overall, escalating the question marks over the probe. One person died and 3 were injured in a building collapse incident at the Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Road in Chennai. Fire service persons rescued the wounded people and were involved in clearing the debris after the collapse. The Enforcement Directorate has again summoned Congress State Unit President for Karnataka, D.K. Shivkumar, and his brother and Member of Parliament, D.K. Suresh, in the National Herald money laundering case. The ED has asked them to appear before the agency officials on November the 7th. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly elections, the Congress received a big blow. Senior leader Himanshu Vyas has resigned and may join the BJP today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi attended the Radha Swami Satsang at Bias in Amritsar. He also met sect head Baba Gurinder Singh Dhillon. The Election Commission of India announced the schedule for the by-election in the 5 assembly constituencies located in Odisha, Rajasthan, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, and 1 parliamentary constituency in Uttar Pradesh. The polling will be held on December the 5th and the counting of votes will be held on December the 8th. The Minister of State for External Affairs, V. Muralidharan, will be paying an official visit to Brazil from 7th to 8th November. This will be his first visit to Brazil and is part of the high-level exchanges between India and the South American nation, the first since Lula's government took over in Brasilia. An FIR was registered against Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, Party General Secretary Jairam Ramesh, and social media head Supriya Srinath. This for copyright infringement of a KGF 2 movie song as part of their campaign. A fire broke out in the luggage van of Mumbai-bound Shalimar Express at Nasik Road station this morning. Fortunately, there were no injuries in the incident. The cops said that the cause of the fire is not known and that the reason will be further investigated. A motorcyclist met with an accident inside the Atal tunnel in Rohtang. The duo on the bike have been seriously injured and have been shifted to the hospital. In a big success for security forces in Jammu and Kashmir, 2 terrorists having links to the banned terror group Lashkar-e-Toiba have been arrested in Sopore. 1 pistol, a magazine, some pistol rounds, and an improvised explosive device were recovered from the 2 arrested terrorists. President Draupadi Murmu, along with Krishna Rai, the wife of Sikkim Chief Minister Prem Singh Tamang, joined the members of a local dance troupe who performed the integration dance during her visit to Gangtok. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky thanked the G7 nations for announcing a coordination mechanism to help rebuild Ukraine's shattered energy infrastructure. Volodymyr Zelensky has also met with White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who made a surprise visit to Kiev. Further military aid to Ukraine is on the agenda. Intense rain and landslides have left at least 7 dead and some 330 houses affected in Azotagui in eastern Venezuela. For the past 5 weeks, nearly 14,000 families have been affected by the heavy rains, floods, and landslides ravaging the South American nation. Former United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon has urged for firm and decisive action by the international body following increased nuclear provocation by North Korea. Around 1,500 protesters gathered at the headquarters of Hungary's public media company to protest what they say is biased news coverage and state-sponsored propaganda that favors the country's populist government. Italy's new government has adopted a measure formalizing the closure of its ports to rescue ships run by humanitarian groups, as 4 vessels with more than 1,000 migrants continue to push for access to a safe port. Microblogging site Twitter has started laying off employees in India as well as part of a global restructuring ordered by the social media platform's new owner Elon Musk to attain what he says are economies of scale and to make the USD $44 billion acquisition viable. According to sources, Twitter has sacked its entire marketing and communications department in India. Foreign ministers from the group of 7 developed nations continued their meeting in Germany to expand unity on Russia's war in Ukraine, China's growing economic clout, and Iran's crackdown on anti-government protesters were also a part of their deliberations. Meanwhile, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and China's President Xi Jinping each urged the other to use their influence with Ukraine and Russia respectively to bring an end to the war as Scholz visited Beijing. Iran, which is gripped by protest, has marked the 1979 takeover of the US Embassy in Tehran during the Iranian Revolution by holding rallies across the country, with some in Tehran waving placards of the triangle-shaped Iranian drones that Russia allegedly uses to strike targets in its war in Ukraine. 15 members of the Ecuadorian armed forces were wounded during a raid on the El Litoral prison, the largest in the country. Inmates who were to be relocated to another prison threw grenades when the military and the police entered the facilities. Russia's President Vladimir Putin took part in celebrations marking Unity Day, which Russians celebrate across the country on November the 4th every year to commemorate the popular uprising that led to the expulsion of Polish-Lithuanian forces from Moscow in 1612. Russia's ambassador to the United Kingdom informed that the Kremlin would not use nuclear weapons in the conflict in Ukraine. Ambassador Andrei Kelin alleged that Britain was involved in an attack on Russian warships. In sports, England prepared to kick-start with a new zeal for the FIFA World Cup scheduled in Qatar this month after last year's agonizing defeat on penalties in the finals of the European Championships to Italy. Coach Gareth Southgate is set to make his team selection from a group of up to 55 players. In American ice hockey, Sebastian Aho scored 3 goals and an assist to help the Carolina Hurricanes beat the Buffalo Sabres 5-3 for their 4th straight win. Martin Neka scored a goal and 2 assists. Jesperi Kolkemeni also scored, and Andrei Shavenikov and Tovro Televenin also had 2 assists each for the Hurricanes. 3 consecutive free throws from Chris Jones with just seconds left on the clock secured a dramatic 83-82 win for Valencia as the Spanish outfit inflicted just a second EuroLeague defeat of the season on Greek side Olympiacos Piraeus at the Peace and Friendship Stadium. In tennis, Stefanos Tsitsipas will face Paris Masters defending champion Novak Djokovic in the semi-finals after a straight sets win over Tommy Paul on Friday. Tsitsipas raced to a 6-2, 6-4 victory to set up the mouth-watering encounter, with the winner meeting either Holder Rune or Felix Auger-Aliassime in Sunday's final. Also in NBA, Kevin Durant racked up 28 points, 11 assists and 9 rebounds, and the Brooklyn Nets beat Kyrie Irving's Washington Wizards in the NBA championships. Arina Sabalenka kept her chances of a semi-final berth in the WTA finals alive following a 6-3, 7-5 win over Jessica Pegula. And among all the sides, Poland are prepared for a good showing at the 2022 Football World Cup. They have high hopes as they finish second in their UEFA qualifying group behind England and will face Argentina, Saudi Arabia and Mexico in their group.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years. With top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated to a severe category as the recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5 till pollution situation improves, and official advise people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary. Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivkumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. 10th India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed. And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leaders' murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation is at preliminary stage.
Viewers, we have breaking news coming in from Karnataka. The NIA is conducting raids in 3 districts across 5 locations. The NIA has also arrested 3 accused and seized documents and electronic devices. This is the information we are currently getting. The raids are currently being conducted in Dakshin Kannada, in Hubballi and in Mysore districts. 3 persons have been arrested from Dakshin Kannada in association with the murder of Praveen Netaru. The accused have been identified as Muhammad Iqbal, K. Ismail Shafi and Ibrahim Shah, and various documents and electronic devices have also been seized. So the NIA moving in the Praveen Netaru murder case. We have Prajwal joining us right now. Prajwal, tell us more details. What more can you tell us about the NIA raids?
Now, we are getting to understand that the NIA raids have been conducted in 5 locations across 3 districts of Karnataka, mainly Hubballi, Mysuru, and Dakshina Kannada. And we get to understand that in Dakshina Kannada, 3 people have been taken into custody. And this is mainly in regards to the Praveen Netaru murder case, which happened in Bellare. And now it is also being understood that 10 people were taken into custody in this particular regard. And post that, the NIA has also gone ahead and stated that they have offered a cash reward for a sum of 5 lakh each for the prime accused and 2 lakh each for accused number 3 and accused number 4. And we are also getting to understand that several incriminating evidence in the form of digital currency as well as many other gadgets too has been seized from the houses of the accused over here. Mainly when it comes to the houses of the accused and the ones who are involved in this, it is being stated that some of them were PFI functionaries and some of them were from the STPI. And all the arrests have been made from Dakshina Kannada itself. So we are waiting for further more updates as to what were the NIA raids which happened in Mysuru and Hubballi, because we understand that 2 people have been detained but they have still not been taken into custody, but they are only being questioned. But in the arrest, 3 people's names have been mentioned already, and they will be grilled further, because the NIA has clearly gone on to state that there are more inroads that will be made in this particular case, Ankit.
Absolutely. Prajwal, they are sharing details of at least one of the raid locations among the 3 districts in which the NIA is moving. Visuals on your screen indicate that they are fairly large raids. We'll get you more details on the arrests and the detentions in the Praveen Netaru case very shortly. I thank Prajwal for joining us. जो बाकी के घोटाले हैं उसमें से एक भी घोटाले में कोर्ट से राहत क्यों नहीं मिली? तो केवल संवैधानिक संस्थाओं को, कभी कोर्ट को, कभी एलजी साहब को, कभी और किसी को केवल अपमानित करना, उस पर हमला करना, ये आम आदमी पार्टी का चरित्र बन चुका है। मैं इसलिए कहता हूं
Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivkumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. Tenth India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed. And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leader's murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal elections. Prime Minister likely to highlight the need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity of the state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery.
Viewers, we have breaking news and visuals coming from Poonch in Jammu and Kashmir. A mortar shell has been found in the Ajot area of Poonch. The bomb disposal squad has been rushed to the spot. The mortar shell is to be disposed of using a controlled detonation. These are visuals on your screen, I presume, of the bomb disposal squad, and the hole that they have dug there, I presume also is for the controlled detonation. We have Gursimran joining us. Gursimran, tell us what is going on in Poonch and what is the state of the detonation efforts of the bomb disposal squad?
See, Ankit, it was during the afternoon that the construction was going on and the locals found a mortar shell, after which the police was informed, and the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army have sent their bomb disposal squad to the site. The entire area has been cordoned in, and now the process to detonate this using the controlled explosion is on. A dig has been dug, as you were saying. This is to detonate this so that there is no threat to the local population that is residing in the nearby area. This area has already in the past been prone to the Pakistan's mortar shelling, and Pakistan used to pound shells in this very area, and this seems to be one such shell that landed in this area, has now been taken by the Indian armies and Jammu and Kashmir police bomb disposal squad, and they are going to detonate it very soon with following all the precautionary measures so that there is no danger to the local population residing in the area. Ankit.
So Gursimran, just a clarification then, so this mortar shell was already existing there? It's something that has remained there for some time and has now surfaced, or is it a fresh mortar shell that has landed and not exploded? If you could shed some light on that.
See, what has been shared by the police as of now, that this was an active mortar shell. So this means that this has the capacity to cause the destruction in the area. Whether it was an old one or a new one, that is something the police is yet to ascertain. But what it primarily seems that this was the one which has been there in that very place for almost some time, and but was active. So keeping in view the sensitivity of an active mortar shell in the area, the bomb disposal squads were rushed to the spot, and they are going to detonate it using the controlled explosions.
Absolutely. I thank Gursimran for joining us. Viewers, the bomb disposal squad is going to attempt to detonate that live mortar shell. It's a death-defying and very dangerous task. We wish them well for it. I thank Gursimran for joining us with this information.
As Khan climbs on his container, make sure that the entire Pakistani public and Pakistanis overseas target the Election Commission of Pakistan. It is Imran Khan who's causing political uncertainty in Pakistan. It is Imran Khan who's causing Pakistan to implode. This recent march, this recent long march that Imran Khan calls it, is going to enter Islamabad in the next 1 week. And when it does, it will cause chaos. This is exactly what Imran Khan wants.
And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leaders' murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mention of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal elections. Prime Minister likely to highlight the need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity of the state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated to a severe category as the recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5 till pollution situation improves, and official advised people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary. Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivkumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. 10th India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed.
Political fireworks in poll-bound Himachal Pradesh. Prime Minister pushes for double-engine government, takes on Congress for corruption. Con gate gets bigger now. Con man Sukesh Chandrasekhar shoots second letter to Arvind Kejriwal over Vasuli gate. Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia's personal secretary raided. Sisodia claims PA arrested, but no official word yet. Pakistan link emerges in Shiv Sena leader's murder. Pakistan-based Khalistani exposes ISI hand. A Chinese spy vessel spotted in Indian Ocean near the Andamans. A repeat of the Hambantota episode. AIMIM chief OAC speaks exclusively to Republic on the UCC. Claims UCC just a tactic of diversion. There's some breaking news coming in right now. Now, what we're learning so far is that there's some fresh trouble for Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee Chief. Enforcement Directorate has summoned D.K. Shivakumar. This summoning will happen on November 7th. I repeat, this will happen on November 7th. We are getting a reaction from him. First reaction coming in on the summons. Let's listen in to that.
Yes, yes, I have got a summons that I have to appear on 7th. I have been fully occupied with our national president's program. Just the day before yesterday, I got a summons. So I'm looking at it. For me and my brother, they have summoned it. I'll take a call on this. Yes, yes, I have got a summons that I have to appear on 7th. I have been fully occupied with our national president's program. Just the day before yesterday, I got a summons. So I'm looking at it. For me and my brother, they have summoned it. I'll take a call on this.
All right, let's go straight. Let's go straight to Prajwal right now. Prajwal, DK Shivakumar has been summoned. He has responded. What has he said in that soundbite that our viewers just heard?
Now, looking at what DK Shivakumar stated, he said that he has already received the summons by the Enforcement Directorate and he will have a word with his brother. He will think about it, whether to appear before the Enforcement Directorate or not, because right now he is busy with the felicitation ceremony of the newly sworn in AICC President, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. Because remember, tomorrow the Congress is having quite a gala event. It's quite a big event out here in Palace grounds, where all the top leaders of the Karnataka Congress will be present along with their cadres and functionaries, and over 50,000 to 75,000 people are expected to come to Palace grounds for this felicitation program for AICC, newly sworn in AICC President Mallikarjun Kharge. So he was particularly referring to this program, stating that if time permits, I will go, I will attend the ED interrogation. But all said and done, this program is going to end tomorrow between 4:30 to 5:30. So the KPCC President, Mr. DK Shivakumar, should not have any sort of problem in going and attending the ED questioning, because summons has been issued for the 7th of November, where both DK Shivakumar as well as DK Suresh, both of them have been called in this particular case by the Enforcement Directorate.
Right. And Prajwal, if you could take our viewers exactly through the case as well. ED has issued fresh summons to DK Shivakumar. Just take us through the earlier summons as well. He has been questioned, and DK Shivakumar's brother has also been questioned in connection with the National Herald case. Prajwal.
Remember that on the 7th of October, the ED had summoned DK Shivakumar when the Bharat Jodo Yatra was passing through Karnataka, and he had appeared before the Enforcement Directorate on the 7th of October. And in the previous investigations, DK Shivakumar had spoken to Republic and had stated that his liabilities and assets were questioned, and mainly his contributions towards Young India through the National Herald channel was basically questioned, because both DK Suresh and DK Shivakumar have gone on to contribute 1,500 crore rupees to Young India. So what was this contribution for? The source of money is also being questioned, as well as the liabilities and assets of both the brothers, and both of them combined together were grilled for a period of 6 to 7 hours by the Enforcement Directorate. And in this particular regard, they had also asked him to go on and provide documents too, because this has been an ongoing case since 2012 and now we are seeing 2022. So for 10 years this particular case has gone on, and DK Shivakumar's role was mainly quizzed by the Enforcement Directorate since 2020 in the National Herald case and the contribution towards Young India Foundation. So now it is being understood that he is mainly being questioned in this particular case, because remember that the Delhi High Court had gone on to issue a notice to the Enforcement Directorate stating that DK Shivakumar had appeared before them with a plea asking them to quash the case against him in the Prevention of Money Laundering, under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and in the Disproportionate Assets case, which was between 2015 to 2018, as well as the income tax evasion too. So these are three separate cases, but now he is being particularly called in for his contribution towards towards Young India, and both of them will be questioned over here, because the documents that was provided by DK Shivakumar is not correlating with the amount of money that has been given in. So his liabilities, his assets, and the source of income will also be questioned over here. And mainly in particular, they are also questioning as to how the amount of money of DK Shivakumar has tripled over the past 4 years, because they have already taken in the total sum of money while he had filed during the election nomination, but it has almost tripled is what sources are going on to state. So he will also be questioned in this particular regard.
Right. Well, thank you, Prajwal, for getting us all the details. So, fresh trouble for DK Shivakumar as ED has summoned him, and that summoning is for November 7th. That is the date, and he has reacted as well. Thank you, Prajwal, for getting us all the details. Let's go ahead to what is happening in the national capital. Now, in the national capital, the AQI is dropping by the day. The air quality in the national capital continues to get worse. The residents are bearing the brunt. But now, blame game and politics is continuing between the different political parties. Here is a report.
Impact of the pollution is happening in Delhi, so as in Noida as well, because if you talk about the air quality index through the government operated app, I would like to show you that in Noida it is 529 at a very critical position, as you were also stating. In Delhi, the overall AQI is 431, which is very severe. So the impact of stubble burning, road dust and smoke through vehicle or the farm fires is directly impacting not only Delhi but also Noida.
सब ये राजनीति हो रही है, फार्मर्स के ऊपर इनका कोई कंट्रोल नहीं है, कोई कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं. सबसे पहले जब तक स्टबल बर्निंग नहीं इसकी कंट्रोल होगी, पोल्यूशन आपकी कंट्रोल नहीं हो सकती.
So these are the views and thoughts of the elderly people who are joined with me here in Noida, who are clearly stating that stubble burning is one of the most important reason which is clearly impacting the armed public, the general public, and from many years, time to time, every year we talk about the rising pollution, about the air quality index which gets from very poor to severe and the worst category, but only politics is happening. The blame game is continuing between centre and state, but nothing is being done.
Here's there's a breaking news coming in right now. Russia emergency officials say a fire in a cafe has killed 15 people in a city north of Moscow. This is being reported by AP agency. It's a massive fire which has engulfed a cafe there in Russia. It's a big fire. As you can see the visuals on your screen as well, viewers. Huge flames, plumes of smoke coming out right now, viewers. This is the stories, a developing story that we're getting for you right now. What we know so far is that the fire in a cafe has killed 15 people in city just north of Moscow.
Two elite terrorists have been arrested by J&K police along with Indian Army in North Kashmir's Sopore. As per the police, they were making movements from the Sopore market towards the Faisal market, and when one of the hybrid terrorists have been arrested and arms and ammunitions were recovered, when he was questioned about his movement and where from he got the ammunition arms, he also revealed the name of another hybrid terrorist who's also from Patan. After investigating the entire matter, now both the hybrid terrorists are with the police custody, and also they told police that they were given tasks to attack minorities, to hurl grenade and carry out the attacks, and before they could do so, they were arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army. We are seeing a crackdown on terror, although the Pakistan trying the best to motivate the youngsters to carry the attack against the minorities and also against the police personnel who are deployed on ground for the duty. But despite all this, we are also seeing a blow coming to the terror organizations as the terrorists are being neutralized in almost every anti-terror operation.
Building portion collapse incident at the Chennai, 1 dead and 3 injured at the NSC Bose Road.
Killing of Sudhir Suri, there is anger among the Hindu organizations in Punjab. That is the reason they have given the call of Bandh today in Amritsar.
The AQI level over here in Delhi is around 431, which is at severe category. This is slightly better than what the situation was yesterday.
Viewers, much more coming up. On the other side, we continue to be live and breaking. A Chinese spy vessel spotted in the Indian Ocean near the Andamans. A repeat of the Hambantota episode. And AIMIM Chief OAC speaks exclusively to Republic on UCC claims. UCC is just a tactic of diversion.
Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated to a severe category as the recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5 till pollution situation improves, and official advised people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary. Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivkumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. 10th India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed. And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leaders' murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal elections. Prime Minister likely to highlight the need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity.
Top national updates, viewers. The ED has again summoned Congress State Unit President D.K. Shivakumar and his brother MP D.K. Suresh in the National Herald money laundering case. The ED asked them to appear before the agency officials on November 7th.
Yes, I have got a summons that I have to appear as 7th. I have been fully occupied with our national president's program. Just the day before yesterday, I got a summons. So I am looking at it. For me and my brother, they have summoned it. I will take a call on this.
Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly elections, the Congress received a big blow. Senior Congress leader Himanshu Vyas created a commotion with his resignation. It said that Himanshu Vyas may join the BJP today. PM Modi today arrived at in Amritsar. He also met the sect head there, Baba Gurinder Singh Dhillon. Later in the day, PM Modi is scheduled to address a public meeting in Sundarnagar and Solan in Himachal Pradesh. They run up to the November 12 assembly polls. Election Commission of India announced the schedule for the by-election in 5 assembly constituencies located in Odisha, Rajasthan, Bihar, UP and Chhattisgarh, and 1 parliamentary constituency of UP. Polling will be held on December 5th and the counting of votes will be held on December 8th. Minister of State for External Affairs now will be paying an official visit to the Federative Republic of Brazil from 7 to 8 November. This will be his first visit to Brazil and is part of the high-level exchanges between India and Brazil. An FIR was registered against Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, Party General Secretary Jairam Ramesh and social media head Supriya Srinade. This will be, in fact, a copyright infringement of the KGF 2 movie songs. Congress social media featured a video showing Rahul Gandhi in KGF style and used the film song. A fire broke out in the luggage van of Mumbai-bound Shalimar Express at Nashik Road this morning. Unfortunately, there were no injuries in the incident. Cops said that the cause of fire is not known and the reason will be further investigated. A motorcyclist met with an accident inside the Atal tunnel in Rohtang. The duo on the bike have been seriously injured and have been shifted to the hospital. The injured were returning from Sisu to Manali when the fatal accident took place. The Indian Army's Kharga Strike Corps has now conducted an integrated training exercise involving its division. Now it has practiced a post-canal crossing and firing by mechanized forces, thereby validating their operation preparedness to strike deep inside their adversaries' territory. Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking this Saturday afternoon. Con Gate gets bigger. Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar shoots second letter to Arvind Kejriwal over Vasuli Gate. Plus, Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia's personal secretary raided. Sisodia claims PA arrested, but no official word yet.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivkumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. Tenth India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed. And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leaders' murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation is at preliminary stage.
National capital, air quality continues to dip further. Air quality index AQI is now 529 in Noida in severe category, 478 in Gurugram in severe category, 534 near Dhirpur in the severe category. Delhi's overall AQI currently in severe category at 431. Republic TV's correspondents are filing reports from all over to show the quality of air in Delhi as the winter approaches.
Right now, the air quality index in national capital along with Noida has fallen to 529, which is a very critical place. I would like to show you the visuals because the buildings over there couldn't be seen. They are blurry building because the thickening of smog could be clearly seen in the air. It's very difficult to breathe at this time because if I talk about Noida, in Noida, if we talk about the hot mill plants, industrial plants, institutions have been closed. The schools have been closed from first to till class 8, but 9th standard, 10th standard are again running. There are several students who are still going to schools. Let me go and speak to them. Sir, I would like to ask you, because the air quality index in Noida has fallen a lot to a critical condition. It's 529. Your daughter is going to school. She's in class 10th standard. What do you have to say about it?
Yeah, ma'am, I know that pollution is high level, but there is a study. So we have to make sure that, okay, she's in 10th class and you can understand that, right? Study is more important than other factors. So,
can I know your name?
Niharika.
Niharika, I would like to ask you, in the morning hours, usually there's an assembly which goes on in a school. At this point of time, when the air quality index in national capital and Noida is 529, which is very critical and severe, assembly session is going on, the outdoor activities are still going on inside school?
No assembly activities or outdoor activities are going on. That's it.
I think all activities are closed down.
We are in class almost the time.
What do you have to say? What the colleague, what the teachers say about this air quality, which is in the very poor, severe, and the critical condition? It's very difficult to breathe also while you go to school at this time of point of time.
Well, study is important and it's a board examination, so we need to more focus on our study, and they are taking precautions too.
They are taking precautions?
Right.
Sir, as a parent, do you feel that proper precautions are being taken by Noida administration?
I don't know about the Noida administration, but from our side, we are taking our best, and even the schools, they are doing their best, because as of now, as you said, assemblies are closed. They are inside the classes, and teachers are sending the many, notes to us. Okay, what we have to do and what we should not do. The students should not go outside. So yes, from our side we are doing best, but from Noida administration I can't say much. But it's a pollution, right? It's not a problem of Noida or Delhi. The central government, state government, everyone has to take the some precautions and preventive measures.
So what are the precautions you take at home apart from mask? Because right now it's very important to wear mask, but it's very difficult to breathe at this time. Pollutants are so thickly collected in the air.
Yeah. First of all, we are not sending our kids to outside for the any outside activities. And second, in the home, actually, what I would say that, okay, we are trying to close our windows. We are not opening the windows and trying to drink as much as water, that just to clear our throats. That's all we can do it, right? We can do much.
Any sort of anti-smoking has been done inside the school premises, in the playground area, so that the smog level could level down?
I don't think so.
Nothing as for now.
No, not for now.
So these are the residents of Noida who are clearly stating that the school in Noida have been closed till 8th standard, and after that the schools are running because there are board exams for which the students have to prepare. But yes, if we talk about air quality index in Noida, it's very critical.
क्या हुआ? हमने कहा एमओयू साइन हो गया, काम करो। उस समय दिल्ली में मैं एमपी बन गया था, राज्यसभा का मेंबर बन गया था। मैं और अनुराग जी जो उस समय एमपी थे, हम दोनों वीरप्पा मोइली के पास गए। वीरप्पा मोइली पावर मिनिस्टर भी थे और पेट्रोलियम मिनिस्टर भी थे, कर्नाटक के।
And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leaders' murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal elections. Prime Minister likely to highlight the need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity of the state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated to a severe category as recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5 till pollution situation.
Viewers, top updates right now. NIA to carry an initial investigation in the Shiv Sena leader Sudhir Suri murder case and expected to reach Amritsar by today. PRC and Nitish Kumar criticized stable burning in Punjab and highlights the need for awareness in farmers of the country. Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee, KPCC President D.K. Shivakumar summoned by the Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November 7th. Himanshu Vyas, Secretary in charge of Indian Overseas Congress, resigns from his post and party's primary membership by writing a letter to Congress President Kharge. Himanshu Vyas is expected to join the BJP. Indian Army's Kharga Strike Corps conducted an integrated training exercise involving its division, practiced a post canal and crossing and fired by mechanized forces, validating their operation preparedness. Viewers, much more coming up on the other side. We continue to be live and breaking. Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia's personal secretary raided. Sisodia claims that the PA is arrested, but no official word yet on that. Pakistan link emerges in the Sena leader's murder. Pakistan-based Khalistani exposes ISI hand. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated to a severe category as recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5 till pollution situation improves, and official advised people against stepping up.
Viewers, breaking news coming in right now. Organizations, Hindu organizations, giving. They are putting up their hands. They are protesting there against the murder of Sudhir Suri. Let's go across to Amandeep, who has some details for us. Amandeep, what are you picking up?
Well, Shivangi, the Hindu organizations has put their hands up, and in fact the family has raised certain demands regarding the killing of Sudhir Suri. CBI investigation, nomination of Amritsar Singh into the FIR, security to the family, and status of martyr to Sudhir Suri. These are the demands that has been raised by the family to administration, and till the time demands will not meet, family said that cremation will not be done, and that is the reason continuously protesting outside the residence of Sudhir Suri. You can see the visuals as well. They have gathered here. They are continuously raising the voice against the administration, demanding the security, proper investigation. And even viewers, we are slipping into a very short break just because minute-to-minute updates we are bringing you from the ground in Amritsar regarding the murder of Sudhir Suri. But right here for a short break, stay tuned for Republic TV for more updates.
Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivkumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. Tenth India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed. And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leader's murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mention of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal elections. Prime Minister likely to highlight need for
आज सोलन ने पूरे देश को संदेश दे दिया है, हिमाचल में एक बार फिर डबल इंजन सरकार, हिमाचल में एक बार फिर भाजपा सरकार। साथियों, माता शूलिनी देवी के आशीर्वाद से सोलन ने अपनी पहचान मशरूम सिटी और लाल टमाटर की वजह से रेड गोल्ड के नाम से भी बनाई है। और मुझे खुशी है कि जब मैं गुजरात का मुख्यमंत्री था तो मैंने हमारे मशरूम किंग ठाकुर बुद्धराम जी को गुजरात बुला करके उनका सम्मानित किया था। साथियों, यहां के रास्ते, यहां की दुकानें, यहां के लोग, हर कोई जब मैं यहां आया सारी पुरानी बातें याद आना बहुत स्वाभाविक था। ये हमारे लखविंद्र राणा यहां बैठे हैं, हम दोनों इतना ट्रैवलिंग करते थे पहले एक साथ बहुत दौरा होता था मेरा। लखविंद्र हमेशा मेरे साथ में रहा करता था। और ये सोलन मॉल रोड पर हमारे मनोहरलाल जी के चने, शायद ही मैं कभी यहां से गया हूं और मनोहरलाल जी के चने न खाए हो। ये हमारे राजीव बिंदल बैठे हैं, हमारे सोफत जी, धीरेन्द्र कश्यप जी, मनोहरलाल सूरी जी, वैद्य राम कुमार बिंदल जी, अनेक पुराने साथी, सबके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला के काम करने का अवसर मिला। हमारे रामानंद ठाकुर जी, JL शर्मा जी, गोकुलचंद मेहता जी, बहन रितु सेठी, अभी मुझे हेलीपैड पे मिलना हो गया। सबके साथ इतना काम करने का आनंद आया, अवसर मिला। और मैं अक्सर यहां सोलन रेस्ट हाउस में रुकना होता था मेरा, और मुझे याद है वहां एक हमारे खड़क बहादुर और दूसरा शायद सुंदर, ये दो चौकीदार हुआ करते थे। सोलन ने मुझे खूब खिलाया भी है और सोलन ने मुझे बहुत कुछ सिखाया भी है। और इसलिए मैं सोलन का डबल कर्जदार हूं, और इसलिए मुझे हिमाचल में डबल इंजन की सरकार आप सबसे आशीर्वाद से बनेगी, ये पूरा विश्वास है, आपके प्यार पर विश्वास है। साथियों, हिमाचल में बिताए लंबे समय की जो स्मृतियां, वो आज भी मुझे हिमाचल की तरफ खींचती है। और ऐसा बहुत कम मिलता है कि कोई ऐसा प्रधानमंत्री हो जो एक राज्य को इतनी बारीकी से जानता हो। ये मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मैं हिमाचल के हर गली मोहल्ले को जानता हूं। और इसलिए आपने भी देखा है कि मैं देश में रहूं या विदेश में, हिमाचल के साथ मेरा जो लगाव बना रहता है, न हिमाचल मुझे छोड़ता है, न मैं हिमाचल छोड़ता हूं। आपको मालूम होगा, कुछ दिन पहले मैं इजराइल गया था, तो इजराइल में मैं हिमाचली टोपी पहन करके कार्यक्रम में गया, तो लंबे अरसे तक चर्चा चली, कहां इजराइल और ये मोदी जी हिमाचल में की टोपी पहन करके इजराइल में घूम रहे हैं। अभी कुछ महीने पहले जब मेरी नेपाल के प्रधानमंत्री जी से मुलाकात हुई तो मैंने उन्हें कांगड़ा की राधा कृष्ण की पेंटिंग उपहार के तौर पर दी थी। अर्थात ऐसा ही नहीं है कि मैं ही हिमाचली वस्तुओं का उपहार सबको देता हूं, हिमाचल के लोग भी तो मुझे इतने सारे उपहार देते हैं। अब जैसे 2-3 सप्ताह पहले जब मैं केदारनाथ जी में था, दिवाली के एक दिन पहले, तो जो चोला डोरा मैंने पहना था, वो चोला डोरा मुझे हिमाचल की एक बहन ने भेंट किया था। और तब मैंने उनसे कहा था कि मैं किसी ठंडे कार्यक्रम में, ठंडी होगी जहां जाना होगा, मैं जरूर आपका एक जो गिफ्ट भी मुझे दिए मैं जरूर पहनूंगा, और मैंने पहना केदारनाथ में। देखिए, हिमाचल के लोगों का स्नेह अमूल्य है। इस ऋण को भी कभी मैं चुका नहीं सकता जी। मैं बार बार कोशिश करता रहूंगा, लेकिन हिमाचल का विकास करके, हिमाचल के लोगों का जीवन आसान बनाकर मैं अपना ये दायित्व निभाने के लिए हर पल तैयार हूं। साथियों, हिमाचल को आज जिसकी सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत है वो है राज्य को स्थायित्व देने वाली भाजपा सरकार। भारत ने 80 के दशक के बाद से 3 दशक तक 30 साल हमारे बर्बाद हो गए। आपने देखा होगा दिल्ली में अस्थिरता रही, सरकारें आती थी जाती थी, आती थी जाती थी, बार बार चुनाव होते थे, हजारों करोड़ रुपए का बर्बादी होती थी, न नीतियों में स्थिरता, सारा माहौल बिगड़ चुका था। इतना बड़ा देश, कई बार चुनाव हुए, देश का हजारों करोड़ रुपए का व्यय हो गया भाइयों। अगर यही स्थिति बनी रही, इस अस्थिरता के समय देश नीति के मामले में, निर्णयों के मामले में, विकास के मामले में पिछड़ गया और दुनिया भारत की तरफ से उदासीन हो गई। फिर देश के लोगों ने तय किया कि जब तक दिल्ली में स्थिर सरकार नहीं आती है, मजबूत सरकार नहीं आती है, भारत का भाग्य नहीं बदलेगा। और इसका नतीजा ये हुआ कि आप सबने, पूरे हिंदुस्तान ने 2014 में हमें इतने आशीर्वाद दिए, और हमने भी आपने जो जिम्मा दिया उसको 2014 से 2019 दिन रात मेहनत करके आपकी अपेक्षाओं को पूरा करने में कहीं पीछे नहीं रहे। और उसका परिणाम यह हुआ कि 2019 में दोबारा आपने आशीर्वाद दिया। साथियों, हमारे देश में जो छोटे छोटे राज्य हैं, वहां भी अस्थिर सरकारों का लंबा दौर रहा है। छोटे राज्यों ने इसका बहुत नुकसान उठाया है। लेकिन बीते वर्षों में हमारे पड़ोस में उत्तराखंड हो, गोवा हो, मणिपुर हो, अनेक ऐसे छोटे राज्य, उन्होंने अब स्थिर सरकार की तरफ अपना मुंह मोड़ लिया है और पूरी तरह सरकार को दोबारा लाना। और भाजपा सरकारें आज छोटे राज्यों में दोबारा जीत करके आ रही है। इतना ही नहीं, उत्तर प्रदेश में भी यही परंपरा हो गई थी, वहां के लोगों ने रिवाज बदल दिया, उत्तर प्रदेश में भी योगी जी की दोबारा सरकार ला दी। स्थिर सरकार में विकास भी तेज होता है और जनता के प्रति, अपनी जवाबदेही के प्रति भी सरकार गंभीर रहती है। जहां हर 5 साल में सरकार बदलने का ट्रेंड रहता है, वहां सरकारों में भी यही रहता है कि भाई क्या करना है, काम करो, कोई करने की जरूरत नहीं है। 5 साल के बाद तो हिमाचल वाले बदल देते हैं। इसके कारण वो भी चुनने के बाद उनको मालूम है फिर से जीतना नहीं है, तो वो कुछ करते भी नहीं है। इसलिए भी स्थिर सरकार के प्रयोग करने की बहुत आवश्यकता है भाइयों। तो मुझे खुशी है कि हिमाचल में जयराम जी की सरकार ने जो विश्वास हासिल किया है, उनकी पूरी टीम ने 5 साल के लिए जो काम किया है, उसी का नतीजा है कि मेरी आज ये दूसरी सभा है। इन दोनों सभाओं को कोई भी देख ले, बीजेपी की सरकार बनाना हिमाचल की जनता ने तय कर लिया है भाई। हिमाचल में भाजपा सरकार अपने कार्यों का हिसाब भी दे रही है और सरकार में वापसी के लिए भी उतनी ही प्रतिबद्ध है। और साथियों, हम ये भी समझना होगा कि अस्थिरता से फायदा किसका होता है। कांग्रेस के वर्षों के शासन में हमारे यहां ऐसे अनेक स्वार्थी तत्व और ऐसे अनेक समूह पैदा हुए, वेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट ग्रुप पैदा हुए, जो भारत को अस्थिर देखना चाहते हैं, जो हिमाचल जैसे राज्यों को अस्थिर देखना चाहते हैं और इसलिए वो स्थिर सरकार होने ही नहीं देते, हवा फैला देते हैं। देश के छोटे छोटे राज्य हमेशा इन स्वार्थी समूहों के निशाने पर रहे हैं। कुछ झूठे वायदे करके, कुछ सीटें जीतकर ये स्वार्थी समूह सरकारों में आकर सिर्फ अपने हित साधते रहते हैं। ये लोग खुद को कट्टर ईमानदार कहते हैं, लेकिन सबसे बड़े भ्रष्टाचारी यही होते हैं। ये लोग समाज को तोड़ने के लिए, देश की एकता को तोड़ने के लिए साजिशें रचते हैं। हिमाचल को ऐसे हर स्वार्थी समूह से खुद को बचाकर रखना है, इनके खेल से खुद को बचाकर रखना है। आप देखिए साथियों, केंद्र में स्थिर सरकार बनी तो देश ने ऐसे ऐसे निर्णय लिए जिनका इंतजार देशवासियों को बरसों से था। जब केंद्र में स्थिर सरकार बनी तो भ्रष्टाचार और भ्रष्टाचारियों के खिलाफ निर्णायक लड़ाई शुरू हुई। जब केंद्र में स्थिर सरकार बनी तो आतंकवाद, नक्सलवाद काबू में आए, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में शांति स्थापित हुई। इसलिए स्थिर सरकार 21वीं सदी के भारत की जरूरत है और उसमें बड़ी भूमिका देश के छोटे राज्य की भी है। साथियों, हिमाचल के लोग जानते हैं कि भाजपा किस तरह यहां के विकास के लिए गंभीरता से काम कर रही है। हम पहाड़ के लोगों की सुविधाएं बढ़ाने पर, रोजगार के अवसर बढ़ाने पर, यहां के औद्योगिक विकास पर, टूरिज्म बढ़ाने पर हम विशेष ध्यान दे रहे हैं। इसलिए नालागढ़ में मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क और ऊना में बल्क ड्रग पार्क बनाए जा रहे हैं। हिमाचल में लगने वाले हर प्रोजेक्ट में 100 में से 90 रुपये आज केंद्र की भाजपा सरकार दे रही है। भाइयों, भारत फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड अगर ये है तो इसमें हिमाचल की हिस्सेदारी कई गुना बढ़े, हम ये प्रयास कर रहे हैं। साथियों, बद्दी, बरोटीवाला, नालागढ़, परवाणु, चंबाघाट, इस पूरे औद्योगिक क्षेत्र को विस्तार देना डबल इंजन की सरकार की प्राथमिकता है। टूरिज्म उद्योग हो या फिर खेती से जुड़े उद्योग हो, इसके लिए आवश्यक आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर अभूतपूर्व बल दिया जा रहा है। बिलासपुर में एम्स के बनने से इस क्षेत्र में मेडिकल टूरिज्म भी बहुत बल मिलने वाला है, बहुत ताकत आने वाली है। परवाणु, सोलन, कैथलीघाट, शिमला, इस बाईपास से यहां के पर्यटकों को सुविधा होने वाली है। पिंजौर, बद्दी, नालागढ़ 4 लेन का काम जब पूरा हो जाएगा तो औद्योगिक क्षेत्र को बेहतर कनेक्टिविटी मिलेगी। साथियों, सोलन से लेकर शिमला तक ये पूरा क्षेत्र वैसे भी शिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य के एक बड़े हब के रूप में विकसित हो रहा है। डबल इंजन सरकार इसी ताकत को बढ़ावा देगी ताकि हिमाचल आत्मनिर्भर बने, हिमाचल विकसित बने। भाइयों और बहनों, सोलन हो, शिमला हो, सिरमौर हो, ये फल और सब्जी की टोकरी कहे जाते हैं। यहां अधिकांश छोटे किसान हैं, छोटे बागवान हैं। कांग्रेस के लोग किसानों और बागवानों को लेकर बड़ी बड़ी बातें करते रहते हैं, लेकिन कांग्रेस का इतिहास हमेशा नागरिकों को धोखा देना, युवाओं को धोखा देना, बहन बेटियों को धोखा देना, वैसे ही किसानों को भी धोखा देना। कांग्रेस ने कभी देश के छोटे किसानों की परवाह नहीं की। जिस कर्ज माफी का कांग्रेस ने ढिंढोरा पीटा, उसमें भी कांग्रेस ने खेल कर दिया। उसका लाभ छोटे छोटे किसानों को बिल्कुल हुआ नहीं, नाम मात्र का भी नहीं हुआ। जबकि भाजपा सरकार किसान सम्मान निधि के माध्यम से हिमाचल के किसानों के बैंक खातों में सीधे 2000 करोड़ रुपए ट्रांसफर किए। 2000 करोड़ रुपए इस छोटे से राज्य के अंदर, और इसका लाभ हिमाचल के 9 लाख से ज्यादा छोटे किसानों को हुआ है। 9 लाख किसानों के जेब में 2000 करोड़ रुपया पहुंचना यानी उनके जीवन में एक बहुत बड़ा बदलाव की ताकत लेके आता है। साथियों, हम हिमाचल के फल सब्जी सेक्टर में सहकारिता को बढ़ावा देने पर भी फोकस कर रहे हैं। किसान उत्पादक है, वही भंडारण का, कोल्ड स्टोरेज का मालिक भी हो और फूड प्रोसेसिंग कारखानों में हिस्सेदार भी हो, इस पर हम बल दे रहे हैं। एफपीओ यानी किसान उत्पादक संघों का निर्माण इसी उद्देश्य से किया जा रहा है। सैकड़ों छोटे छोटे किसान, बागवान मिलकर बड़ी ताकत बने, इसके लिए नाबार्ड से करोड़ों रुपए दिए जा रहे हैं। दिसंबर 8 के बाद जब फिर डबल इंजन सरकार काम संभालेगी, उसके बाद इस काम को और ज्यादा गति दी जाएगी और तेज किया जाएगा। यहां के सेब, यहां की सब्जियां, यहां का दूध किसान रेल से बहुत कम भाड़े में देश के बड़े बड़े बाजारों तक पहुंचे, इसके लिए भी काम चल रहा है। साथियों, हम कैसे किसानों का, बागवानों के हित की चिंता करते हैं, इसका एक और उदाहरण आपको देना चाहता हूं। दुनिया में पहले कोरोना के कारण और फिर लड़ाई के कारण खाद के दाम, फर्टिलाइजर के दाम कई गुना बढ़ गए, लेकिन डबल इंजन सरकार ने किसान पर बोझ नहीं पड़ने दिया। आपको जरा सुनना चाहिए और इन चीजों को याद रखना चाहिए भाइयों। शायद आप तक ये बात पहुंची नहीं होगी। आज यूरिया की एक बोरी हमें बाहर से लाना पड़ता है, विदेशों से हमारे किसानों के लिए लाना पड़ता है। एक बोरी हम 2000 रुपये में लाते हैं, लेकिन हमारे किसानों को कितने में देते हैं? 2000 की यूरिया की बोरी मेरे किसानों को 270 रुपये से भी कम रुपयों में दी जाती है। 2000 से लाना और 270 से भी कम में देना, ताकि मेरे किसान के सर पर बोझ न पड़े। और करीब करीब 1700-1800 रुपया ये बोझ सरकार खुद उठा रही है। कुछ लोग 100 रुपये की भी अगर छूट देंगे ना, तो 1000 रुपये का विज्ञापन छपवा देते हैं। ऐसे लोगों से भी हिमाचल के लोगों को सतर्क रहना है। साथियों, आपसे बात करते हुए मुझे एक बात और याद आ रही है। पिछली बार जब मैं शिमला आया था, तो पहाड़ की एक बिटिया ने मुझे एक तस्वीर भेंट की थी। वो तस्वीर मेरी मां की थी। जब मैंने उस तस्वीर को देखा, तो अपनी मां के साथ ही हिमाचल के गांव, कस्बों की हजारों माताओं बहनों का स्मरण हो आया। यहां कितनी माताओं बहनों के हाथ की बनी रोटी मैंने खाई है। अनेक परिवारों में मेरा भोजन हुआ है, और मैं इसे अपना सौभाग्य समझता हूं कि यहां की माताओं बहनों के लिए कुछ कर पा रहा हूं, उनकी सेवा कर पा रहा हूं। महामारी के इस समय में गरीब परिवारों की बहनों को अपने बच्चों की भूख की चिंता ना करनी पड़े, इसके लिए हमारी सरकार मुफ्त राशन दे रही है। मेरी किसी गरीब मां को ऐसे दिन नहीं देखने पड़े कि घर में चूल्हा न जला हो। मेरी गरीब मां को कभी ये देखना न पड़े कि आज बच्चों को पानी पिला करके सुलाना पड़ा। ये नौबत न आए। आज इतना समय हो गया कोरोना काल का, 80 करोड़ लोगों को मुफ्त में खाना देता। और जब दुनिया के लोग सुनते हैं ना, तो उनका अचरज होता है कितना बड़ा काम हो रहा है। लेकिन माताएं बहनें, अगर दिल्ली में तुम्हारा बेटा बैठा हो और तुम्हारे घर में चूल्हा न जले, ये कैसे हो सकता है। हिमाचल में 17 लाख के आसपास परिवार गांव में रहते हैं। आजादी के 7 दशकों तक इनमें से आधों के पास नल से जल नहीं था, पानी घर में नहीं आता था। लेकिन डबल इंजन सरकार ने सिर्फ 3 वर्षों में ही हिमाचल में 9 लाख नए परिवारों को नल से जल की सुविधा से जोड़ा है। और जब नल से जल आता है ना, वो माता मोदी को आशीर्वाद दिए बिना रह नहीं सकती है। जयराम सरकार को आशीर्वाद दिए बिना रह नहीं सकती है। और इसका सबसे बड़ा लाभ हमारी इन माताओं बहनों को मिला है। हमारी बेटियों को पढ़ाई में सुविधा हुई है। आयुष्मान भारत योजना से लाखों रुपए का मुफ्त इलाज पाने वालों में बड़ी संख्या में हमारी माताएं बहनें भी हैं। टॉयलेट हो या गैस कनेक्शन हो, इनको तो पहले की सरकारें कोई जरूरत ही नहीं समझती थी। माताओं बहनों की मर्यादा की रक्षा के लिए, उनकी सहूलियत के लिए लाखों शौचालय बनवाने का सौभाग्य भी मुझे मिला है। उज्ज्वला के गैस सिलेंडर ने भी लाखों महिलाओं का जीवन आसान बनाया है, उनके जीवन की रक्षा की है। भाई और बहनों, हिमाचल के लोग ये भली भांति जानते हैं कि काम भी भाजपा ने किया है, और अगर कोई चुनौतियां हैं तो उनका स्थायी समाधान भी भाजपा ही कर सकती है। हिमाचल के लोग ये भी जानते हैं कि कांग्रेस मतलब भ्रष्टाचार की गारंटी, कांग्रेस मतलब स्वार्थ भरी राजनीति की गारंटी, कांग्रेस मतलब भाई भतीजेवाद की गारंटी। हिमाचल के लोगों को याद रखना है कि वही कांग्रेस है जिसके शासन में वृद्धावस्था पेंशन के लिए 80 साल का होना जरूरी था। ये भाजपा की जयराम जी की सरकार है जिसने 80 के बाद मिलने से क्या मतलब था, उसे कम करके 60 साल की उम्र कर दी ताकि 60 से ऊपर के सब लोगों को इसका लाभ मिले। भाजपा के इस फैसले से आज हिमाचल के लाखों नए साथियों को पेंशन मिल रही है। साथियों, भाजपा का काम भी पक्का है और इरादा भी पक्का है। वही कांग्रेस में अनिश्चितता है, अनिर्णय है, अराजकता है। कांग्रेस में इतने दल में फंसा हुआ है, गुटबाजों का दलदल, और दलदल कभी स्थिरता नहीं ला सकता। हिमाचल के लोगों को स्थिरता के लिए, स्थायित्व के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को विजयी बनाने के लिए मैं प्रार्थना कर रहा हूं। और याद रखिए, हमारा भारतीय जनता पार्टी का उम्मीदवार कौन है? आपको किसी को याद रखने की जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ कमल का फूल याद रखिए। मैं आपके पास कमल का फूल लेकर आया हूं। अगर आपको कमल का फूल जब वोट डालने जाए दिखाई दे, समझ लीजिए कि ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी है, ये मोदी जी आपके पास आए हैं। आपका एक एक कमल के फूल पर जो वोट पड़ेगा, वो सीधा मोदी के खाते में आशीर्वाद के रूप में आएगा। गांव गांव, घर घर जाकर के मैंने जो बातें बताई है, बताओगे आप लोग? जरा जोर से बोलो तो सुनाई देगा। घर घर जाओगे, घर घर जाओगे, मेरी बात बताओगे, जितना मैं कह रहा हूं कहोगे, दोबारा सरकार क्यों चाहिए समझाओगे, हिमाचल जैसे राज्य को प्रगति करने के लिए स्थिरता की क्यों जरूरत है समझाओगे, दिल्ली में मोदी हो तो यहां भी मोदी को मजबूती मिलनी चाहिए कि नहीं मिलनी चाहिए? होना चाहिए नहीं होना चाहिए? आप घर घर जाएंगे? अच्छा, मेरा एक काम करेंगे आप लोग, जरा जोर से बताइए तो मैं कहूं। दोनों हाथ ऊपर करके बताइए, मेरा एक काम करेंगे? सब लोग करेंगे, जो ऊपर हैं वो भी करेंगे। अच्छा, मैं काम आपको बताता हूं। देखिए, आप हिमाचल में घर घर जाइए और उनको जाकर के इतने कहिए कि मोदी जी आए थे, उन्होंने आपको प्रणाम कहा है। मेरा प्रणाम पहुंचा दोगे? पहुंचा दोगे? हिमाचल के हर घर में मेरा प्रणाम पहुंच जाए ना, तो मुझे जो आशीर्वाद मिलेंगे, भाजपा को जो आशीर्वाद मिलेंगे, हमारे जो आशीर्वाद साथियों को मिलेंगे, वो हिमाचल के उज्जवल भविष्य की गारंटी बन जाएंगे जी। ये माताओं बहनों, ये नागरिकों का आशीर्वाद, ये हिमाचल के उज्जवल भविष्य का गारंटी कार्ड है भाइयों। और इस गारंटी कार्ड के लिए घर घर मेरा प्रणाम पहुंचाना है। पहुंचाओगे? पहुंचाओगे? भारत माता की, भारत माता की बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, we just heard the Prime Minister speak there in Himachal Pradesh, where he's addressing many rallies today. Many important points being made by the Prime Minister, where he said that the government is providing free amenities and ration to the people. And he's also saying that development is a top focus at this point of time. And he said that the earlier the governments used to ignore the basic needs of common people. But right now, the focus is on providing development. On that note, let's take a short break. Much more coming up on the other side. We continue to be live in breaking.
And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leaders' murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mention of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal elections. Prime Minister likely to highlight the need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity of the state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated to a severe category as the recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5 till pollution situation improves, and official advise people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary.
Viewers, top headlines at 4:30 p.m. this Saturday. Political fireworks in poll-bound Himachal Pradesh. Prime Minister pushes for double engine. Government takes on Congress for corruption. Congate gets bigger. Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar shoots a second letter to Arvind Kejriwal over Vasuli Gate. Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia's personal secretary raided. Sisodia claims PA arrested, but no official word yet. Pakistan link emerges in Shiv Sena leaders murder. Pakistan-based Khalistani exposes ISI hand. A Chinese spy vessel spotted in Indian Ocean near the Andamans. A repeat of the Humban Tota episode. AIMM chief OIC speaks exclusively to Republic on UCC, claims UCC just a tactic of diversion. Viewers, we are live and breaking this Saturday evening. I'm Shivangi Shakla. Let's start off with a super exclusive that Republic has accessed. Republic has accessed the super exclusive with the murder of Hindu activist. In the video, accused Sandeep Singh is seen taking blessings from pro-Khalistan hardliner. The video is 5 days before the murder. Visuals on your screen very soon of that video, which we will put out very soon. But this is a super exclusive that we can tell you right now. Where we can tell you, viewers, is that Republic has accessed a super exclusive in the murder of the Hindu activist. The accused Sandeep Singh is seen taking blessings. Accused seen taking blessings from the pro-Khalistan hardliner. And this video means that 5 days before the murder, Sandeep Singh met Amritsar. Hindu activist family also is blaming Amritsar for the murder, and many people are claiming that there were death threats from Amritsar Singh. The video has been accessed by Republic, is now being looked at as well. So this is a very super exclusive that we're getting for you right now, viewers, on Republic TV. Remember that a Pakistan link was also exposed to Shiv Sena Neta's murder, while Hindu groups are calling for Bandh in Amritsar.
Suri, now the family has raised certain demands to the administration, and in fact in demand the nomination of Amritsar Singh, security to the family, CBI investigation, as well as the status of martyr to Sudhir Suri, just because he was killed in a broad daylight and full public view. We are joining with us son of Sudhir Suri, Manik Suri. Manik ji, हमें बहुत दुख है जिस तरह से ये जो घटना घटी है, तो हम आपका दुख समझ सकते हैं कि आपकी आंखों में नमी भी देख रहे हैं, लेकिन फिलहाल जो परिवार है वो क्या डिमांड कर रहा है एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से?
सर, परिवार की डिमांड है कि हमें एक तो इंसाफ दिया जाए, हमारी सिक्योरिटी पुख्ता की जाए। जो सिक्योरिटी इनकी लैप्स हुई है मेरे फादर के साथ, वो आगे से जो उनकी फैमिली के साथ स्ट्रिक हो। उसके अलावा शहीदी का दर्जा दिलाया जाए। और एक हमारा जो बीच में जिस पर्सन के कारण ये सब हुआ है, अमृतपाल सिंह, उसका इन्वॉल्वमेंट होने के कारण हम उसके ऊपर पर्चा या FIR जो भी इनका इन्वॉल्वमेंट होता है वो इन्वेस्टिगेट करके वो डाला जाए उसको। और हमारी सिक्योरिटी, हमारे परिवार मेंबर्स की, उसको पुख्ता देख के उसको बढ़ाया जाए।
क्या डेथ के बाद, कल के बाद भी कोई थ्रेट्स आए हैं परिवार?
बिल्कुल जी, थ्रेट्स आए हैं। जिस दिन डेथ हुई उस दिन रात को ही फ़ोन आने शुरू हो गए थे कि सुधीर सूरी कहाँ है। जब उनको बताया गया सुधीर सूरी की डेथ हो गई है जी, तो आगे से कहते हैं संस्कार हो गया जी। उसके बाद हमें कि आप कौन बोल रहे हो, जब बोला बेटा है तो गंदी गंदी गालियाँ शुरू कर दी कि आपको अभी तो सिर्फ वो गया है, अब तुम्हारी बारी है। अभी हमने नंबर वगैरह आगे शेयर किए हुए हैं सारे, वो बता दिया गया।
तो ये आपके फ़ोन पे कॉल आई थी या उनके फ़ोन पे?
मेरे फ़ोन पे भी फ़ोन आया जी, उनके फ़ोन पे भी फ़ोन है, दोनों नंबर्स हैं मेरे।
So here you can listening Manik Suri, the son of Sudhir Suri, that even after the killing of Sudhir Suri, family was receiving the threat calls, and even that call has been from unidentified numbers.